listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A magnificent afternoon greets us here at Montrose Recreation Reserve for the big Division 1 clash on EFNL game day. It's Montrose versus Park Orchards, both finalists from last year, going head-to-head for the first time in 2024. My name is Wayne Brasher and I'll be your host for pre-match this afternoon. And joining me in the chairs to help me go through pre-match this afternoon is the media manager, Ryan Long.
Thank you, Brash. Fantastic afternoon, 28 degrees, it's sunny. It's the first time we've been out at Montrose Recreation Reserve for a senior men's match of the round for a couple of years. Always a pleasure to come down here. We've got a perfect view from the balcony. Very much looking forward to it. Should be a really good game. And for the first time in 2025, welcome Jared Beanland. Welcome to the broadcast, Jared. And your first gig for 2025. What are your expectations, not only of this game, but for season 2025 as a whole? Thank you very much, Brash, and g'day to all the listeners, of course. Great to be out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve for my first rodeo this year. Listen, I think this game's going to be a really good one. I think it's going to be pretty open, pretty fast-flowing. There's no excuse for bad skills, especially when you're a couple of teams that want to move the ball well. And for 2025 as a season, I think we could be seeing a couple of surprise premiers later down the line, a couple of surprise finalists, and who knows, maybe a back-to-back from Bullwyn.
I'm sure throughout the year, Jared, will be once again you'll be availing us with your ratings as the
power
season.
Rankings.
Your
Yeah.
power rankings.
I've definitely been thinking about it. I think they will probably debut at some point next weekend. And just once I've got a bit more information to sort of collate and bring together, and we'll see what they look like after this weekend.
And BWS, if you're listening, yes, we've got sunscreen for you, my friend. So don't panic. Well, only the quick and the dead survive, and it looks like the Montrose coach Gary Ayres is just about to join us this afternoon, and on this magnificent afternoon, and for the first time in 2025 on EFNL Game Day, I'd like to welcome Gary Ayres, the coach of Montrose, to the broadcast. Good afternoon, Gary.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Hope we're all well.
Gary, I'd have to say this is, in terms of a really good hit out for a game like this afternoon, Bayswater gave it to you last week, and I think it'll set the club in really good stead for a hard contest this afternoon.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you sort of have that build up to round one. You've got so much time to think about what's going to happen, and you obviously train, and you hope you've trained accordingly with then being able to produce the methods that clearly you've been working on, the game plan and structures and whatnot. And it was actually not as warm today as it was last week, but yeah, it was a really pretty high scoring game in the end. It was a bit of a shootout, and our inaccuracy probably at times contributed a little bit to that, but yeah, Bayswater were pretty impressive really from a ball movement point of view, and yeah, you'd never know what to really expect come round one, and maybe some of the results were probably a little bit interesting if you go right across First Division as well. So yeah, we knew it was going to be tough. We've always had some really tough games against Bayswater, I must admit, and Park Orchards, well, last year they beat us 3 or 4 goals early in the year. We didn't play well. They played really, really well. And then out here later in the year, I think we sort of kicked ourselves out of it a little bit as well. But, they've got some good players, as we have too, clearly. But I think we need to make sure that our mindset is that we want to keep challenging ourselves against one of the better sides in the competition.
Obviously, with Ryan leaving the club this year, it now provides opportunities for more goal kickers and the goals to be spread. So you'd be really happy. And now this gives some gilt-edge opportunities for other players to take over that mantle.
Yeah, it does. And look, we probably had to try and find a sort of structure last year because Ryan played the first 12 games and then didn't play the last 6 and plus the final. So we really know that we're obviously a much better side when he was playing, but of course we then also had to find more avenues for goals. So our ability this year to hit the scoreboard as a bigger group, I think it needs to stem from our high backs, obviously our mids, and then of course the forwards that you mentioned. So, but we have got Michael Schwab back this year, whereas we didn't have him at all last year, clearly, with his ACL. So that gives us another avenue to goal, we think. And it's really about guys that have played a little bit of senior footy now, whether that's Isaac Tans and that, whether that's Ty Galbraith, Lukey Jenkins, we know we've got Bailey White, and of course Kyle Staples, etc. So, but yeah, it's going to be our depth, hopefully, of scoring options.
Gary, a couple of those, obviously, guys coming out of the side are very key players, but you've brought some players to the club as well. One of those, Braden LaPlante, who had a great game last week and also hit the scoreboard with a couple of goals. You able to talk to us a little bit more about him and the impact he's going to have at Montrose?
Yeah, he was a real delightful young boy to coach, and I hadn't spoken to him at all until we sort of looked at what he might want to do as far as his own club. And he had played, 5 games for Casey VFL last year and most of the other games in Rowville. So we sort of thought if we can get him into our structure and our team, clearly, he's very good mates with Brad Watson, Taj Heap, Isaac Tans, about that sort of group. So, and he hasn't really played in the middle before, so, and I really like his size, his acceleration out of clearly the stoppages. So we were absolutely delighted. He had 16 tackles last week. So and when you play against Bayswater, they got Hasselbrook and they got White, but Joel Galvin, as old as he is and experienced as he is, and I believe he's playing his 300th game this week. So for him to be still doing what he does, he just uses his body so well. So we needed someone like Braden to be applying that sort of, I guess, slightly more bigger, taller sort of heat on someone like Joel. So, yeah, but no, he's been terrific. Actually, I tell you, I am impressed by him being so young, what his leadership is like.
And another one of those inclusions as well, Harvey Chin. I've seen a bit of him at Baronia, and I think he was on Port Melbourne's list for a bit as well, and played at North Ringwood. Will he be a midfielder role this afternoon and this season? Yeah,
he will, and we'll also add a little bit of high forward and potentially half back, because Harvey's got such a nice leg on him, that little sort of left footer. And I did coach him at Port. He played a couple of senior VFL games there, and it was a pretty strong side, so he probably didn't quite get the go that he would have liked. But unfortunately, he's also had some nasty injuries, with that ACL at Baronia as well. So, yeah, we would like to think he's also one of those guys that's slightly more mature. Yeah, we've got a bloody young side this year, with all those ones that are left. And clearly, when we look at our age group, I think Riley Hams is the oldest at about 27, But Harvey brings quite a level-headed, mature outlook to his game, and he's also got a little bit of leadership.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the age profile of your list, because my question was going to be, in your experience as coach, what do you prefer to coach? Do you prefer to coach sort of like an experienced list that, might be a bit more sort of set in their ways but level-headed, or a younger list that brings a bit more passion and is a bit more of a clean slate?
Yeah, the short answer is probably a blend of both.
Yeah, fair enough.
He hedged his bets there.
Yeah, that's right, because clearly what you'd like to think is that the guys that have been around a while, they know their game and they understand what works for them and what doesn't. Yet when you're a young boy, you're really just enthusiastic and you want to play, because that's maybe one of my goals for the season is to play senior footy, and you don't really know your game until, I feel, you've played about 50 or 60 senior games. And don't get me wrong, and you guys know it because you see it every week, this first division competition is a bloody hard competition. It's so even, it's so consistent. Sides are getting VFL players who drop back when they've obviously not got an opportunity to play for their VFL side. So for me, it is a bit of a blend, because you need those experienced boys when momentum shifts in a game or when it's a bit tight, and you might need to just hold on to the ball a little bit. So you really need that, whereas with the young boys, they get that sort of rush of blood, and of course it might not be the appropriate thing at that point in time. So so I'd rather have a balance, I guess.
So is that going to present challenges for you this year?
It's been interesting, I must admit, and I've been watching a bit of Sam Mitchell, I must admit, and how he sort of deals with the spontaneous reaction of what these young boys do and how they play, and who's in the moment and all that sort of stuff. So I've got to give them their head, but hopefully I'm the navigator of the ship, if you like. It just keeps it nice and steady.
Gary, obviously with the bye now coming in Division 1, it's going to be with now only playing 16 games, it's going to be a very interesting dynamic as the season progresses, and mainly because you don't know, whilst the players probably would appreciate a rest, sometimes it's not going to come at an advantageous time, and this year you're going to have to factor that in, which in normal times you wouldn't. How do you think there could be? Do you think it's going to be a disruption, or will it be a help, or is it a combination of both?
I think it's a combination of both, because we've sort of already looked at that, and we thought that it would give us now a greater opportunity to put our games in blocks, because we obviously know when there's going to be a bye, and clearly, as you know, we've got Eastland next week, so we play 2, have a bye, we play Baronia, and then of course we've then got another bye. So how we structure up for that, and I've already put it to the leadership boys at our club as to what they would like to do, and they haven't got back to me with their response as yet, but I think it's along the lines of you've probably got to keep the momentum going, and that could possibly mean that, boys, you had it in the fixture that you're going to play anyway. So if we were then to turn around and say, well, you get the weekend off, well, it probably goes against that about momentum and continuity, I think.
Before you go, Gary, it would be remiss of me, our very own Blake Tennant's dad, Dad Nick, apparently has been awarded life membership of the Montrose Football Club.
Yep.
A great fillip for Nick, who's been a great supporter of the club. Just a few quiet words on Nick's contribution to the Montrose.
Yeah, that was announced and given obviously at our season launch there a week and a half ago, so to speak. So thoroughly deserved. Like, Nick's obviously was a champion player, coach as well, and of course in my 3 years here, he's done just about every role you could probably say. And he's vice president. He interviews the coaches. He does the club auctions for the players on a season launch night. He's helping out with the reserves as an assistant role. He's obviously worked with the juniors as well as a coach, and clearly we've got 2 of his boys playing here in Joel, who is obviously playing today, and of course Bo's become one of our co-captains for season 2025 with Bailey White, so I'm sure he was stoked about it, very, very pleased. And I think what it does do though is it signals and also gives him recognition of the indelible imprint he's made with the Montrose Footy Club.
Finally, just my last question before we let you go. In terms of Bo's contribution to the club, I actually see him as probably, from what I've watched in the past, he actually can be your perfect swing man, because you can play him back when you need to, but also you can play him forward. Is that going to be a balancing act that you'll have to make that call at the appropriate time?
Yeah, I think so, and I'm always a big believer as a coach is that a player always wants to play in the position that he feels most comfortable and confident, and clearly for us, the way we play, Bo suits us being clearly in defence, but if it meant that he had to play somewhere else, I'm sure he's going to take that responsibility on. We had him sort of playing early days as a bit of a wingman, and then we played him as a bit of a forward when a Jack Garthwaite or a Ryan Garthwaite didn't play. So it really will be, and I hope, and I'm pretty sure I'm right here, I think we've got more flexibility this year with what we recruited with the guys of like Bailey Bateman, clearly Jack Dietrich, obviously guys who, Braden Laplanche, who can come into the side and they can play in a couple of different positions. Riley Hams, pardon me, has played a little bit more mid this year rather than obviously as that sort of running defender. So, yeah, but no, we'll use Bo. He's got to be comfortable though too, because the last thing I want to do is obviously cloud a player's ability to play through whatever position he is. And it's about understanding the role, knowing the role, and then of course not feeling, as we know, some players who get shifted in games, they go, oh, I mustn't be playing well. Well, that's just that negative sort of mindset. I always feel that a player, as a coach, will do is he'll put him in a position that we think best suits the team.
Well, Gary, your insights once again have been impeccable. Thank you for giving up your time, and good luck this afternoon to the Montrose Football Club. And hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon, you'll be 2-0 and sitting on top of the ladder.
Yeah, that'd be nice, guys. Good calling. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
There you have it. Coach Gary S. from the Montrose Football Club, always good with his time. And look, this is a gilt-edged opportunity for Montrose this afternoon to steal a march on one of them vaunted rivals and Park Orchards are going to be still there when the whips are cracking, but to get 2 games up on them early on in the season, it means that Park Orchards have to find 2 somewhere along the line, Ryan.
I agree. It's very early in the season, but potentially it is an 8-point game, and a lot of these are going to be 8-point games across the season. As Gary mentioned, Division 1, probably one of the more competitive even competitions across all 5 divisions. We saw that last season with the top 5 all defeating each other in different games, and some had the wood over others. Park Orchards did have the wood over Montrose last year, but Montrose had the wood over other sides, and I think they beat South Belgrade twice. So it's very funny how it all plays out, Jared. But I mean, as Brash said, you win this, you're 2 games in a row, and Park Orchards are vice versa, the opposite. It's a great start to the season.
Absolutely, and especially with the top 5 system, of course, being so weighted towards rewarding the top 3 teams at the very least. It's going to be very interesting to see how those top 5 shift and move throughout the season, and what impact these early games will have on the way the ladder pans out later in the season.
Well, joining us now on after EFNL game day pre-match is the coach of the Park Orchards Football Club, Paris Harvey. Good afternoon, Paris.
How are we, fellas?
Good,
Very well, thank you. A disappointing start to the season last week, but I was having a look at the Premier data stats, and you sort of matched South Belgrave in a lot of areas, but the goal kicking let you down?
Oh, no, I think they got the better of us in a lot of areas. They were very good early, very good over the contested ball. And they probably outstretched us in the front half, so they've got some quality players, as you all know. So it was they're a really good team.
I also think too, I mean, look, how did the playing group address losing the grand final last year? Have they come back with a little bit more steel and gumption, wanting to prove a point?
Yeah, look, absolutely. You know, no one likes losing the grand final. So, but you know, last year we achieved some good things. So, as you know, the club got relegated from Premier Division. We lost 10 or 12 players that played senior experienced football. So we introduced a lot of kids to senior football. So it was great from our perspective as a club that we got that far. And reality is we won one final to get that far, but we had a great home and away season. So, yeah.
How have you seen the side develop? Obviously, you've been able to probably keep pretty much everyone at the club. It's a big positive for that, and you've been able to add some players into it too. So how have you sort of seen the pre-season and getting into this point, round 2?
Yeah, look, pre-season's been really, really good. I've been happy with the pre-season. And the new players we got in, well, there's a couple today again, and we've got a couple more that we would like to get into the team. Obviously, the blokes you know about anyway, but in time they'll get in, and it's a long year, as you know,
Yep.
And it's unfortunate what happened to Doncaster that we only play 16 rounds, but we'll just try our best. And first division is so even across the board. Every time you come up against someone, you've got to be on your mental, and that's what I spoke to our blokes about last week. You know, if we're 5 to 10% off against anyone, we're going to struggle. So yeah.
With obviously Doncaster, you mentioned pulling out. Has that changed anything across the season? We talked to Gary just before, and sometimes it's difficult. They've got to buy right after Easter, and there's some time off. Is there much for you to change around this?
It is very hard because we Queen's birthday weekend, so we have the buy before Queen's birthday weekend, so we get a 2-week break, and that's not ideal in anyone's eyes. It's unfortunate, like I said, what happened, but yeah. And then if you're in the back end, like you're around 16, 17, 18, miss that game against Doncaster, how does that go in your preparation for the finals? Because you want to get as much continuality in the game leading into finals so that you have that consistency when you go to finals, you're ready to play. So if you miss a week like that, it can throw you out a little bit. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
Looking at some of the additions to the squad, how will that change how Park Orchards play, and does that free some players up to play a position that they may have preferred to play that they couldn't last year?
Oh, absolutely. You know, you get the likes of James Parsons coming to your club, he's going to demand the middle of the ground from anyone. So when he eventually plays, he pushed another player out to a different role. And that's what we needed. We had a lot of blokes go overseas last year, so it was a bit of disruptive with that. We had about 4 or 5 blokes who went over for a good month or 2, which you understand, as everyone knows, that coming out of the back of COVID, everyone wanted trouble. So I don't blame them for doing that. But then now they're all back, and hopefully they're not going overseas this year, so we can get some consistency.
Oh, it's getting more expensive now.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, so hopefully they're all sticking around this year.
Yeah, look, I said to Gary before, even that this is an important game, but I would think though, having that hit out against South Belgrave, who are going to be there when the whips are cracking. It's probably a good game for you to have last week, because I think both of you, I mean, look, the average losing margin between you is you're in front. You've got 14 points. Yeah. So, in essence, there's nothing in it between you two sides. But I think both sides will have benefited last week from playing better opposition, and I think it's going to be a very good encounter this afternoon. between both of you.
Oh, absolutely. And any away game that you go to, it's a challenge. Everyone knows how to play the ground. They play they train the whole pre-season on the ground. They know the ground better than you. They know the intricacies of the ground. So South Belgrave is, for them, and the way they set up, is fantastic. And I'm hoping, like us, the same at our ground. When the opposition comes to our ground, it's a hard day ahead of them. So yeah, I have no doubt we've got a hard day ahead of us today, and Montrose will be up and about for sure.
And finally, do you still subscribe to the theory that a win on the road at times is worth still the 8 points?
Absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, going up there, South Valley, coming to Montrose early with our fixture because our ground wasn't used. We were supposed to start the first round at our ground, but our ground's out of use. And then obviously going to Beaconsfield, going to all the grounds, Norwood, everyone, North Ringwood, everyone. It's an absolute challenge. If you can break even and win 4 of them, you've done well.
Well, Paris, thank you very much for giving your time this afternoon. Good luck to the Park Orchards Football Club in season 2025, and I'm sure we'll get to Domini Reserve this year and hopefully get to do another game.
Yeah, it's a good setup up here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very good.
Nice place to watch it. Are you allowed to have a couple of beers, you blokes?
After 5 o'clock, we'll be on them.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paris. There you have it, the coach of the Park Orchards Football Club, Paris Harvey. Actually, he's a legendary coach in this competition. He's coached South Croydon to premierships. He's been around the block many, many years. So there isn't anything that you can pull the wool over his eyes about what happens in this competition.
No, that's right.
Let's change tact now, guys. Seeing our coaches have been and given us their thoughts on the afternoon, let's turn our attention to the rest of the competition, and we'll kick off this discussion with Division 4. 3 games set down for decision this afternoon, and the first one is the clash at Kimberley Reserve this afternoon between Chirnside Park and the newcomers Bulleen Temp, who are probably riding a high after their big victory over Warrandyte last week. I sat back and I had a bit of a think about this, and it's going to be hard for them to come up and actually replicate that adrenaline buzz, Ryan, that they got last week. And I think Chirnside Park might give them a real welcome to Division 4 this afternoon, and it'll be a great learning curve for them. But I think Chirnside have got all the cards, I reckon, in this game.
I agree. I'm tipping Chirnside Park on this one as well. And you're right, because you have that big build-up over the off-season. You're joining a new league, round 1 at home. The reserves get up by a point before. The adrenaline's there. They win the 19s after. It's just a massive day, all 3 wins. It's very hard then to go back into next week and go bang, bang, bang again against what has been probably one of the best sides in Division 4 for the last 3 years. Home and away record over that time for Chirnside Park has been outstanding.
They don't lose often at Chirnside. And Jared, look, if I'm comparing, I know it's only 1 game, but I compare Croydon North Emlock's first game in the Eastern Football Netball League compared to what Bulleen Temp put out on the ground last week. And I almost feel like it was chalk and cheese, because I actually think that the side that Bulleen Temp actually have assembled, right, is much better equipped than what Croydon North Emlock was when they first entered into Div 4?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't exactly know what the state of Croydon North was when they came into the league. Bulleen Templestowe, it seems to me, they have a lot more continuity with their playing group from the days playing in the VAFA. Obviously picked up a few more players as well. So I think to me it's not too surprising that they've come in pretty fully formed. I think they could give Chirnside Park a real shake, but my question is, how are they going to deal with travelling to unfamiliar grounds? And I know it's a bit of a potentially esoteric question, but it's a factor that could come into play.
Well, interestingly enough, I actually think Warrandyte got beaten partly because of the ground conditions last week, because I just don't think that they handled the Tedajani Reserve compared to other football grounds that they were used to. I think they were forced into areas of that ground, Ryan, that they didn't want to be in.
Yeah, I agree. It's a massive ground, Tedajani Reserve, so there is a bit of work to do with sides who go there, and vice versa. They're going to have some, a lot of these times when they go to these opposition grounds for the first time, it's a bit of a a learning curve. So they're going to have a learning curve today. And I agree with Warrandyte, and we're probably going to talk about them in a little bit. But I don't think they took the game on and used the space of Tedajani to their advantage.
No.
And probably parked the bus a little bit in the last quarter when Bulleen Templestowe got on top. I'm really intrigued on this one because I think Chirnside Park will win and win comfortably. But, I mean, it's a lot of this is the unknown. We're learning about Bulleen Templestowe every week.
Just like we were learning about Croydon Emlock when they first entered the competition. And speaking of Croydon North Emlock, they're taking on Kilsyth, who they've not yet beaten since they've entered this competition. I believe it's 0-9, Jared, the record against Kilsyth. And look, I know Lee Odermatt has gone to Croydon North Emlock this year, obviously to try and help with some experience and that. But when I heard that they've got a couple of key outs today, Emlock, probably players that they really can't afford to have out of their side, I just sort of feel like that even without McNay in for Kilsyth at the moment, I still think Kilsyth still hold all the cards in this game against Emlock, and I think that they need... Emlock have to find another 40 points, right, because that's what they're roughly losing by 40, 50 points against Kilsyth. So there's got to be a point of difference for them, and once again, I'm not seeing it today.
It's going to be interesting. I'm not sure Leo Odermatt will be that point of difference.
No.
I think Kilsyth, their back six, I think, is the what has most impressed me about the side, the team defence and their ability to slingshot off half back. That's been probably their greatest quality that I've seen throughout my time in the EFNL. And I believe Brandon Drosler's back in this year as well, so that's going to stiffen up that defence again. He's going to be good at probably getting in the way of Leo Odermatt's leads and filling the space in front of him. I don't really see Croydon North Emlock being able to score enough, as you alluded to, Brash, to overcome Kilsyth.
Ryan, any final thoughts on that game?
I think I had Croydon North Emlock as my roughie of the week, just because I wasn't convinced with what Kilsyth put out in the park last week against Forest Hill. It's Forest Hill, the side we think might struggle this year, and that they got the job done, and that's all that matters. They got the 4 points. I think for these two sides, I want 3 or 4 weeks of form to really have a good idea. In saying that, I trust Kilsyth a bit more. The record against Croydon North Emlock, very strong for them. You've got to take it in consideration. Kilsyth for me.
Well, in fact, I actually think at the end of the day, I think Bulleen Temp and Croydon North Emlock will probably fight out for 4th position, because I think that if Bulleen could win say 6 of their 8 games at home and pinch 3 or 4 on the road, they're playing finals. I'm not sure whether Croydon North Emlock are anywhere near winning more than breaking 50-50 at this stage.
No, and they've come into this season with expectations. That's from the club. They want to certainly be in the mix for finals this year. 1 week's 1 week, and you move on pretty quickly. If they can get a result here, you're back to 1-1, and suddenly we can talk about them and their chances a bit more. But obviously early days still.
Finally, the two sides I actually picked to be playing off in the Division 4 Grand Final at the end, come the pointy end of the season, they match up again for the first time in 2025. Warrandyte are at home to Whitehorse Pioneers. The difference here is Warrandyte are coming off having a good hit out last week against Bulleen Temp. Whitehorse Pioneers, obviously their first game for the season. I have to admit, I was a little bit disappointed with Warrandyte last week. I thought, considering what was talked about in pre-match with Coach Paul Donoghue about their fitness levels, and the assertion was that they would be running that game out quite comfortably, didn't eventuate. That sort of that tipped my selection this week against Warrandyte. I think Pioneers from last year, look, they're going to be right in the mix. They've still basically retained the same squad, which is good for them, which gives them continuity, Ryan. And for me, if Whitehorse play all their cards right, they can finish top 2. Warrandyte, I'm still prepared to give them another chance, but not today.
I think for Whitehorse, and we said this last year, when they've got Horvat and Young in the same side, that is a nightmare for opposition to try and take care of. They're two very very important forwards. They both, I think, kicked 50 plus last year, if not very close to that mark. So they've got to work a way around that. I think both are playing, just looking at the two team sheets. But in saying that, I think you're right, Brash. I think Warrandyte, they do have a couple of players coming back into the lineup today. But they would have looked at last week as an opportunity gone begging. They had that game in the balance at three-quarter time to put them 15 points up. All they needed, they were one goal away from breaking that game and breaking the backs of Bulleen Temple, so weren't able to do it.
I'm not saying that they're out of it, Warrandyte, because they could easily turn around and win this game, and it could be based on the fitness that they got from last week's ground. But if I'm looking at it on matchups, I think Whitehorse have got the better matchup and the better players that I think can get the job done. Let's move on to Div 3, and the Basin travel up to the vast expanses of the Halley Supple Oval in Coldstream this afternoon to take on Coldstream, who had a inauspicious first game where they got rissoled by Sylvan by the best part of 50 points, and then they basically got back on the winners list last week against a Fair Park side who they've certainly got the wood over at the moment. The Basin only 10 scoring shots last week. They haven't won. They're now 0-19. I've looked at their squad. It is, it's a very young squad with not much experience, and Joel Perry's obviously going to have to. He's going to be flicking those magnets right throughout the season to try and produce a winning combination, Ryan. And I just can't. I can't see. And I can't see the Basin scoring much more than what they did last week.
No, I think that's an issue for them, and particularly when you go and play at Coldstream. It's a big ground, and Coldstream play that ground really well. It's always a difficult one to travel to, Jared. I think they will get a win this year, and they will get it, I think, in the first half of the season.
Yep.
And once you get one, we saw it at Lilydale last year, you can string them together, you can get 2 or 3 in a row. The confidence grows, the momentum comes with you. I just don't think it's going to be today. I think, and Coldstream, there's too much on the line for them. These are games that if they're going to play finals again, they just have to win.
They absolutely do. And I think when you compare the Basin, say, with like Upper Ferntree Gully or Knox, and the position that their lists were in when they came down to Division 3, it is chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
And I think the Basin just have a bit more development to go. And as you say, they will get a win this year. I think there are a couple of vulnerable clubs in Division 3, but Coldstream. Just to repeat what you said, Ryan, too much on the line, especially at home. Can't drop a home game against the Basin.
No, match of the round in this Division 3 this afternoon.
It is.
Knox taking on Sylvan. Both these sides are heavy scoring sides, and the encounters in the last 12 months and Sylvan's great start to the season this year points to a very intriguing contest down at Argyle Way this afternoon. Knox Gardens Reserve, it's a boutique type ground. Steve Buckle has now been there 2 seasons, so he fully understands what he's got on the paddock, and he's starting to weave his magic through that side. I've tipped them. I think they can, if they can go all the way this year. I think they're a very well balanced side, and they're a very well led side. Sylvan, not a very good at home, but their track record away is not fantastic. This is going to be their sternest test for the first time this season. I expect them to put their best foot forward, but I think Knox might be one step ahead of them, Ryan.
I do too, and particularly at Knox, and that's, I guess, the question mark for Sylvan now. They've won the 2 games at home, the perfect start of the season. I don't think any of us would have thought they would win both games.
No. And
they're off to a flyer. So, for me, I think if they can prove themselves, not even win this game, but be competitive for the 4 quarters, show the change from this time last year, where they got, I think it was an 80-point loss to Knox at Knox Garden Reserve. They can show that improvement, show where they're sitting at the moment. They can take a lot of positives from it. But I mean, we've talked about Knox, Jared, for the last couple of years, and coming into this division, I think they're one of the contenders.
Yep.
And hard to tip against them, even with Sylvan's first 2 weeks.
Definitely. Well coached, well drilled side, well balanced, as you said. I think on the point of Sylvan, for me, I'm looking for a 12-goal plus game. Even if they lose, I think if they can prove that they have scoring power away from home, then they'll be pretty well set up to try and make a finals push. Against a team like Knox, we're not completely expecting them to win, but I think to show that they can flex their strengths at different grounds, then we can see that Sylvan could be a serious contender this year.
Oakley Districts put 97 points on the scoreboard last week against Sylvan. They take on Donvale, who are probably once again seeking redemption for what they feel is, an uncharacteristic finish to the season for them. They're beautiful. Once again, Donvale, they present well. They've got winners on every single line. They've got 7 or 8 senior guys running around in the reserves. Great. So the depth is fantastic for them. Oakley, I think I still think their depth is questionable. They do perform very well on their home ground down at Princes Highway. Won't hold any issues for Donvale because they beat them by 26 points down there last year. I just think Donvale, on the overall balance of scheme of things, Jared, I think they get the points in this one.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's kind of scary when you see, 29 scoring shots. Of course, that was against the Basin last week. I think against Oakley District, I struggle to see consistency from them, especially throughout the years and including within games as well. And that's definitely, like, once you drop your guard against Donvale, like, they can score 3, 4, 5 goals against you in a rush. They have the power to do that, and I can see that happening. I think Oakley District can match it with them when they do have the momentum, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be throughout the whole game, and they won't be able to match it once Donvale get it on their terms.
Right.
Yeah, I think I said on the podcast I'm not going to tip against Donvale until they give me a reason to do that. They are the benchmark. They're the yardstick of this division. Donvale for me.
And finally, Scoresby and Fair Park. Scoresby had a good start to their Division 3 campaign with a comfortable win over Fair Park. Fair Park once again, they've been disappointing at the start of the season. They've got to try and get off to a good start. But I think they're going to struggle at Scoresby today.
Yeah.
Anyone disagree that
No,
Scoresby won't get the points? And the big local derby between Upper Gully and Ferntree Gully. There is talk that Jaden Stevenson won't be playing for Ferntree Gully, even though he's been named on the team list. He will be a big loss. Apparently, from all reports last game, they were double and triple teaming him. That's how much influence opposition clubs are putting in on the contest. Upper Gully beat them in this corresponding fixture last year by 40-odd points. I think Upper Gully, if you're looking at the form lines, I think Upper Gully's 20-point loss against Knox stacks up much better against Ferntree Gully's loss of 40 points to Scoresby the week before.
Yeah, I think with Ferntree Gully, they've got to find some other match winners. You can't rely on Jaden Stevenson winning you a game each week. I just don't think that's going to happen. So for me, I'm leaning towards Ferntree Gully, but I have no confidence whatsoever.
I mean, it's a flip of the coin job, isn't it, here?
Draw.
Yeah.
I'm calling draw.
Draw.
Derby draw.
Okay, we'll take that. We'll write it down.
Okay, gents, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we're going to start going through Division 2, 1 and Premier. But this is EFNL Game Day, coming to you live from Montrose Recreation Reserve. It's Montrose versus Park Orchards.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
A very warm 28 degrees here at Montrose Recreation Reserve for the big clash this afternoon between Montrose and Park Orchards. Jared Beanland, Ryan Long and myself, Wayne Brasher, here taking you through pre-match this afternoon. We've done Division 3 and 4, gentlemen. Let's kick into Division 2. Ryan, and a very intriguing clash set down for decision. Both these sides were pretty impressive last week. However, there's a train of thought that One Turner South, with their goal-kicking capabilities, might be able to get over the line against East Berwick this afternoon down at Walker Reserve. How do you see this game panning out?
Yeah, I think One Turner South at home are going to be able to pull out with their first win of the season. We saw both sides really competitive against 2 finalists, we believe, potentially this year. Waverley Blues have proven finalists over the last couple of seasons in this division. And Surrey Park, I think, after 2 flags, they're going to be right there. So a couple of very competitive performances. If you look at the One Turner South game, ended up in a bit of a shootout. Potentially some of those goals were, I don't know if they were junk time because there was a lot kicked in that last quarter. Potentially they were still in the game when they were kicking those. So I think you've got to put it on form. East Berwick lose a couple of players out of the side. Marcus Young, I think, is one of those names. Yeah. Jenkins as well. I just think One Turner South at home are going to be able to do enough. And they're a side, have not had a lot of success in the last year and a bit. They're going to be very eager to get a win early and sing the song. So for me, Jared, I think One South.
I have to agree. And to kick 100 points in a losing game, I think that's a pretty good sign, especially against such a fast-flowing team as Surrey Park. East Berwick, I'm just a little bit more worried about them, I guess. I don't know where their scores are necessarily going to come from consistently. Like, they got the usual suspects, of course, but just across the board, I don't know if there's enough scoring power.
And I think the other problem that East Berwick will be confronted with is they're not playing on their proper home ground for the majority of, or for the near foreseeable future, which makes it really hard to find.
Just a distraction.
And continuity. I think One Turner South back on their ground. They kicked 100 points. Look, you could be right. It could be junk time goals, but Ryan, I think you want to still at least see a side kicking a score in the opening round of a season, even if they went down by 14 points. And for me, too big a margin between the two sides. Even though they lost, for mine, I think One Turner South will get their first win of the season. Croydon are coming off a very disappointing 2 goals, 12-24 against Lilydale last week, as they tackle Heathmont, who I thought were equally as disappointing last week against Templestowe. And this is a very important game, I think, for Heathmont. There's a lot riding on it today for them, considering the recruitment of players throughout the off-season. They need to put their best foot forward. They need to kick more than 7 goals. On the other hand, Croydon, who perennially are not a very high-scoring side, where it's always been a defence-first mentality, they're going to, they need, and with Rhett Jordan not playing this year, has robbed them of 3 or 4 goals a game per a player that they really can't afford to have out of the side and will have out of the side for the year. I think there's too much on the line for me for Heathmont. Scott Hamill will be making sure that his guys are going to have to be switched on for the 4 quarters this week.
Yeah, I think I rate Templestowe this year. So the game last week for Heathmont, it wasn't too much of a shock that they went down to the Dockers. So I think coming up against a Croydon who, as you've said, has lost a bit of that power throughout the off-season, I think Heathmont's just going to be able to move the ball a little bit better. I know Croydon set up well defensively, but I think when Heathmont do get their opportunities inside forward 50, they'll be able to convert a bit more efficiently than Croydon.
Right.
I agree. I think Croydon's struggles up forward. There's still going to be a question mark, and that might remain throughout the season. Even last year when they advanced through to a grand final, they weren't kicking big scores. I don't think they scored 100 or more very often at all. Heathmont got to respond. I think they will.
Yeah, I think Heathmont respond. Lilydale were the ones that vanquished Croydon last week. They go down to Mulgrave, down at the country, and I'm sure Mulgrave will be licking their lips because this is a gilt-edged opportunity for them to go 2-0. And look, probably without going too much into the game, I think Lilydale, great to see them have a win early, but I think they'll come back to earth a little bit today.
I'm with you because I'm tipping Mulgrave. But in saying that, I mean, they're playing with house money at the moment. Not many people expected them to win last week. They go down to obviously Mulgrave, who the Lions play their home ground really, really well and don't lose there often. I give them a real sniff.
I do too. Mulgrave have been inconsistent in the past few years. They've dropped games that they really shouldn't have, especially in the first half of the season. And this just smells of one of those games to me as well. I do tip Mulgrave, regardless. I think that's just a higher percentage pick. However, Lilydale, they could go for the jugular if they want to. I just want to know where the goals are coming from.
They're going to have to go. They'll have to be on the front foot from the first quarter.
Yeah, definitely.
Look, Ringwood. Ringwood, disappointing opening for them last week. They're going to travel down to Surrey Park against who are the newcomers in Div 2, and they made their intentions felt last week with the win over Wantirna South by 14 points. They've recruited heavily. They've managed to pick up players from Div 1 and Premier and melding that into a side that has probably got one of the best junior setups. So it's it's all the stars are aligning so far for Surrey Park. Ringwood and Brett Rowe will want to make a better fist of what they did last week, but I still think Surrey at home is a very, very difficult proposition for them.
Oh, I do too, and I know there's not a great deal of form line to go off, but if you go off last week, go off what we expect out of Surrey Park this year, their side strengthens a little bit. George Hayne comes back in. The group that was a mix of players who are new to the club, plus your premiership players, they get another week under the belt together. And Ringwood were really disappointing. I'm worried this one could be similar type result as the Mulgrave-Ringwood game last week. I hope not. I hope it's very tight. But for me, Surrey Park do it and do it comfortably.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, a very high-scoring side last week. I think the perspective that I look at it from is that, Donvale for a couple of years, they were playing as like a Div 2 side in Division 3, and Surrey Park ended up besting them. So it stands to reason for me that an even more strengthened Surrey Park side can go up to Division 2 and take it up to the teams that we've seen there for years on end, such as Ringwood. And I think where Ringwood's list is at, I think they're vulnerable.
Yeah, look, I think Surrey get the job. I think the result will be around that mark last week, that 14 to 20 point. I expect Ringwood to put up a much better performance last week. Well, the other game is at Templestowe Reserve, and Templestowe were very impressive last week against Waverley Blues. It's so much so that I think Daniel Cooper could be the man that could possibly lead this club to the promised land. I reckon he could be the point of difference if he stays fit all year and takes command of that centre half forward, full forward position. He's going to provide plenty of headaches for the opposition throughout the year. Waverley Blues, they're always there and about. Whether they can maintain the rage like they have had it over the last 2 seasons is the $64 question. This afternoon it's going to be an interesting contest down at Porter Street, but I just got a feeling that Templestowe are going to back up their form from last week.
Dockers at home for me. I agree. Bo Minchin are back in the sides. A massive inclusion for them. And I'm with you, Judd. I really like what they've been able to do with their inclusions this year. Daniel Cooper, as you mentioned, is going to be a massive difference to the club. And if they can keep everyone out there, I think they're going to be right in the mix coming the end of September. Waverley Blues got the 4 points last week. It's an interesting game. I really hope this one's a tight one, but I'm just leaning towards the Dockers at home, 3 or 4 goals.
I think Templestowe, without the off-season changes that they've had, beat Waverley Blues, to be honest. I think with them, I've got Templestowe by a fairly comfortable margin, unfortunately. I want to be able to see Waverley Blues find another string to their bow this year, that specifically being the inside mid game. But we'll see how it pans out.
Let's turn our attention to Division 1, and this game we're going to talk about has probably got the most intrigue out of all the clashes in Div 1. It's Bayswater versus Baronia with Joel Galvin playing his 300th game, and what an absolute ornament to the game he has. And as Gary Ayres alluded to before, he just still knows how to use his body and play the contest on their merit. Losing Ben White is a major blow to Bayswater's chances, especially in the midfield. You can't replace a player that gets 25 to 35 touches a week. It's near impossible. Baronia have got a few issues of their own. They've got a few players out with injury and other issues. Collins is not playing. I believe Begley's not playing, but you know, look, the nucleus of that squad, you've got Malice, you've got Duke, you've got Brasher, you've got 3 forwards, you've got Jordan Church. There's enough quality there for Baronia to go down to Bayswater over and get the job done. However, I think because of the emotion that will be tied to this game, I think it'll be close. Bayswater will have benefit from the run. Baronia will probably be champing at the bit and want to get out and try and seize the moment early. But I can see this game going to a knife edge, and I'm going to pick Baronia, but I'm only going to tip them by a goal.
Yeah, I'm with you. If Ben White was playing, I'd actually be tempted to tip Bayswater on this occasion. They love to get around their champions. There's no bigger name than Joel Galvin. For game number 300, he's already an EFNL legend. He's won 3 league BNFs. He's won premierships at the club. I'm almost tempted just to tip him, but I think on paper, if you look at the two sides, Baronia are a much stronger side. But as Brash said, there's a lot of emotion on the day. And if there is one player you want to get up for,
exactly,
it's Joel Galvin. But in saying that, even with Baronia's outs, Baronia, for me, just the better side.
Was it Joel or Bryce's 250th a couple of years ago
Joel.
that Bayswater, caused a boil over against Montrose?
Yeah.
Don't know. Maybe it could
I don't think
twice.
they've lost a milestone game, a Joel Galvin's milestone game.
Really?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well,
I think so.
All right.
So
tipping them then.
Next game, this is an intriguing contest, really, because North Ringwood, who I thought were very impressive last week against Beaconsfield, and believe it or not, they had 318 possessions in that game last week, North Ringwood, for 7 goals, 5.
Wow.
Mooroolbark kicked a sweep last week against Norwood and won by the best part of 60, 70 points. Yet I'm leaning towards, I'm selecting North Ringwood this afternoon because I feel that their form is much better leading into a contest. They're playing at Quamby. Moora Park not taking anything away from their win last week, and they'll be confident, but I'm a little bit afraid that the opposition that they were up against last week probably didn't give them the hit out that they needed for a close checking contest that this is going to require this afternoon. So I'm sticking with North Ringwood. What do you think?
I'll be honest, I found Moorabak pretty hard to read last year in terms of their form line. I think they were one of the ones that just sort of floated about in that middle pack that I couldn't quite get a full read on. It doesn't help that they played Norwood. We don't really know where Norwood will sit this year in Division 1. So I think the main factor for me is North Ringwood did put up a very good effort against Beaconsfield last week, and they are playing now at Quamby. I reckon just those two sort of factors draw me to tipping North Ringwood. I think they're in for a big year as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think North Ringwood, their form at Quamby Reserve is really good, as you mentioned. I think not just last week. When we get to Norwood, we'll talk about it, but I don't know if you take much out of that result.
No, and look, we've basically covered off on Montrose and Park Orchards, and that brings us to this game. Norwood and South Belgrave, Jared, and South Belgrave couldn't have been any more impressive last week against a Park Orchard side who played off in the grand final last year. So it's a great opener for them. Norwood with 3 goals, 8 last week. Very young side. South Belgrave will be playing at Mullumbullen for the first time. I don't think it's going to hold any issues for them. And look, I don't like predicting big margins because I sort of feel like that it's unfair. But on the overall balance of things, you'd have to say that unless 18 South Belgrave players broke a leg each, I still couldn't see Norwood beating them. So I'm thinking South Belgrave, I think they're going to win real comfortable here.
Yeah, I couldn't tip anything different from that. Norwood, I really want to see them put up a good effort. They had like a couple of really good first quarters, first halves last year against teams that we didn't expect them to. Off the top of my head, I couldn't name what games those were, but I do have an inkling that they did start games well and then just completely faded out. Maybe with a little bit more fitness in the team now, they can just hold their own a little bit more this year. We'll see, but I think South Belgrave will be out for blood. I really don't see any other way.
Anything to add, Ryan?
I think it's going to be a blowout. I mean, they're not going to go into this game and look at, we have to win this as part of the part of the day to tick it off as a success. They've got to just work on quarter by quarter. Where's the effort? Where are they improving from last week? And forget about the margin at this stage.
I'd like to spend a bit more time on Premier Division, but because it's round 1, there's a lot of unknown quantities. So we're probably just going to go on basically what we know of these clubs over the previous seasons. And look, the form suggests to me that Doncaster East at home, with their recruiting and their pre-season form, they're taking on Berwick. This is going to be a very, very demanding year for Berwick because they're going to be up against it a lot of the time. And they only won 2 games last year, Berwick. And I reckon if they're going to stay up, they've got to try and double. They're going to have to try and win 4 games. Unfortunately, I don't think this afternoon is going to be one of those 4.
No, I don't think so either.
I think Doncaster East, a lot of pressure on them. Got to win this one. They will.
Probably an interesting contest, and it's probably because of the fact that in terms of the clash between these two sides has been close in many years, and they've always produced close contests, nothing more than 2 goals in it. Is Roval taking on Noble Park? Both sides have gone through some metamorphosis in the off-season. Noble Park waved goodbye to 3 of their champions, and now it's a new era down there. So the verdict is out on them until we've watched them a couple of times. Roval has still got the nucleus of their side. They're led by Brolick. They've still got quality players across all the lines. It's down at Seaburg. I believe Ray Baird will be down there looking at that game for us this afternoon. I still think Roval have got enough on the park this afternoon to get the chocolates against Noble Park.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think Roval, and also the fact that they have got guys like Cooper McDonald playing who are not going to be available every week due to VFL. Noah Park have gone through a lot of change. You look at those key outs from last year. They're guys that you just can't replace. And it's going to take a bit of time for them to really get going this year, I think. Might be a bit of a slow start. For me, I think Rover will do it quite comfortably at home.
I don't think this game is going to be as close as it has been in recent years. Wyand is in, Arundel is in. I think that's it's just two big ends that can really emphasise Roeville's scoring power.
And finally, the Twilight game. And the Twilight game last year produced the upset. South Croydon did beat East Ringwood quite comfortably by 59 points. First game of the season, this season, I'm not seeing a result like that for South Croydon. I think East Ringwood will be smarting from last season, where they had a gilt-edge opportunity to win the flag, but they didn't. They'll come back hungry and more determined this year. South Croydon will be highly competitive. I'm tipping East Ringwood, but I think the margin's going to only be around 5 or 6 goals, Ryan.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting one. So make sure to get down to East Ringwood Reserve if you're coming from a ground this afternoon. That's a twilight start, as you mentioned, Brash. A lot of VFL players, listed players, playing on both sides. I'm leaning towards East Ringwood still at home. I think you give them a little bit more of the advantage after the season they had last year. South Croydon, although they do field a very strong side today, there are still a lot of outs from last season who have moved on, including your Max King and Matt Jones. So for me, be interested to see how Liam Shields goes as well, but for me, East Ringwood at home.
I think no matter who it is, no matter what the quality of the player is, if it's someone new to the team, the players around them still need to learn sort of like what their MO is and how they move, where they're going to be in space and whatnot. So that takes a few games to sort of dial in, I would imagine. So I think South Croydon, they will be very competitive this year, but I have to give this game to East Ringwood.
Finally, we're going to, before we wind it up, got a quick roughie for today, gentlemen.
Croydon North Emlock.
Oh, yep. My roughie was the draw between the two Fentry gullies.
Fair enough.
That's a rough fence to sit on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I tell you what, I'm going to put it out there. I know Surrey Park are probably the side to beat today, but I got a feeling about Ringwood. I reckon they could be the upset today. I expect them to put in a much better performance than last week. So my roughie today will be Ringwood. Well, gentlemen,
just before you close out, just a couple of senior women's results that I just think it's important to mention. Baldwin played their first senior women's game today and have won. They defeated Knox, and Farber Fentry Gully, who played last year in their first season back, didn't win a game last year. They've won today against Templestowe. So just great to see those two sides.
And I believe the women's game. And I believe the women's game this morning was a draw.
Correct. 40-40 between Mirrabah and Waverley Blues.
So what a great start for the EFNL women's season. Well, gents, thanks very much for helping me go through game day pre-match this afternoon up here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. And look, in the reserves, Park Orchards are going to win this game comfortably. 16 minutes into the last quarter, 14-6, 90 to 7-5, 47. We're going to close off now, and then when we come back, we're going to assemble the call team for the big match this afternoon between Montrose and Park Orchards. Coming to you live on YouTube and Facebook and live on Radio Eastern 98.1.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Montrose Recreation Reserve, the Eastland match of the round between Montrose and Park Orchards. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon, round 2 for Division 1. And we've got the call team assembled for a massive game between the two finalists of last year in Division 1. Park Orchards going on making a grand final. Montrose out in the elimination final last year, and both have high expectations behind them this season. And it's a great chance for us to get a look at them early on. And we're joined by Brett Beston for the first time in 2025. Brett, great to have you on board. You've moved places. It's a long trek to get out here, but you've done very well.
Yeah, it's coming all the way over from Lara, so I'll make a few cameos this year, but obviously won't be here every week. But what a beautiful day. I'm absolutely wrapped with the weather. Great setting here at Montrose too. We were just talking before the game. We couldn't remember the last time we'd been here. I think it was only a couple of years. Yeah, people think it was longer than what it was. I'm not sure that I came to Montrose the last time because I don't really remember. But it's a great setting and really looking forward to what should be a pretty good game.
Yeah, certainly right. It's two very good sides, very strong Division 1 clubs. Currently in the reserves, it's Park Orchards comfortably ahead of Montrose. They're going to win 15-7, 97-8, 6-54. That game about to finish there. Wayne Brasher, who hosted pre-game, doing a fantastic job. Wayne, it's good to have you on board and massive game ahead. Your first official game this season.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking forward to this contrast because, as we alluded to, as the final siren goes, and a convincing win, obviously, for Park Orchards, both coaches would be very happy. They were very happy with the hit-out that they had last week, heading into a contest of this description this afternoon. And I think both these sides have got an undeniable chance of winning this contest today. I'm going to go for Park Orchards because I just think that there's a little bit more on the line for them. That's not taking anything away from Montrose because these games are always close in the times that they've met previously. So I would think that there's not going to be any more than 3 goals in this game at the end.
Yeah, their two encounters last year were very tight, particularly the one here, as Gary Ayres alluded to in the pre-game. It was the 8 points, and Montrose kicked themselves out of it, inaccurate in front of goals. Last week, they're quite inaccurate again against Bayswater. Been a bit of a theme over the last couple of seasons. They'll be looking to improve that this afternoon because Park Orchard certainly won't be giving them a second chance. Paul Uconi back in the box as well around the grounds this afternoon. Paul, fantastic to have you on board this Saturday afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, lads. It's a great setting out here at Montrose, and it's a beautiful day for it, and both sides. Montrose had a close win last week, and Park Orchard's coming off a big loss last week. But it's a really hard game to pick these two sides. It'll be really interesting.
Who did you tip, Paul?
I think I went Montrose, but only just. I wouldn't be surprised if Park Orchards got up, but I reckon Montrose will get up in a close one.
A new thing we've added with the EFNL record, the online version up online at the moment, is we've got a bit of a tipping comp between the media team, and Paul actually leads that after last week, tied on 14 tips with Scott Hardy. So we'll keep an eye on your tips this week, Paul, see what you've got, see if you can continue that run. We've also got on the boundary this afternoon Ben Warren-Smith and Jared Beanland, who have got a front row seat as we've got the music currently as Montrose come out onto the ground. But I believe we've got Ben Warren-Smith out in the sun today. Ben, how are the conditions down there?
Absolutely magnificent. I love coming out to Montrose. You've got the Dandenongs in the background. How picturesque can you get? It's 28 degrees in Melbourne. There's not a breath of wind out here as well. It's made for football. This endless summer keeps on going. Should be a great contest as well. As we've already heard, traditionally these sides, they play in close contests, and both are up for a win today. I think it's going to go right down to the wire. I'm going against Brash. I'm going for a couple of goal victory to Montrose today, but expect to see all the skills out in play today. Fitness over the summer is going to come into play when the legs get tired, because it is hot out here today. So I'm going to go with the home side. But if you're kicking downhill in the last quarter, that might do something as well. We'll wait and see.
You've got the Blake Tennant tick of approval for that tip, so he'll be pretty happy with that.
Only a Blakey.
Jared Beanland will also be joining us on the boundary line today. He's making his way down there at the moment.
Yep, right here, gents.
Jared, we've got you down at ground level. Jared, your tip this afternoon?
I've got to go with Montrose. For this game, I've got to say Park Orchards, I just need to see a little bit more of them, a little bit more form, I think, before I start tipping them again this year. But I wouldn't be surprised if they take the chocolates today.
You say he's at ground level, but I think he's still in the stairwell trying to
he's currently making his way out with the Park Orchards boys at the moment. Now on ground level, we'll certainly be going down to both boundary riders across the afternoon as we've got Ben Warren-Smith.
Sorry, I just failed to mention there has been a late change in the side. Number 25, Tom Wilson for Park Orchards is not playing. Number 31, Ben Panzer comes into the side.
That's a big loss
the Panzer tank.
For Park Orchard. Certainly we're looking forward to seeing Tom Wilson play. Brett, we didn't get your tip as well. Are you tipping with the home side?
I'm actually going to go Park Orchards. The Tom Wilson out's quite a big one for me, because obviously they had two pretty decent goal kickers, and Keppel and Wilson. But even with Wilson out, Montrose, Park Orchards have won the last three between these two sides, and I just like what they bring to the table, and I think they might just sneak home in a close one today.
I'm with you on that one. I think Park Orchards to bounce back after last week. I don't think they would have spent too much time stressing over the results. South Belgrave is certainly going to be one of those sides contending at the end of the season. And Brash, you're enjoying the environment out here at Montrose Reserve. They've got the music blasting. Big day for the club. They've got the.
I can really get down and jiggy with this.
Meg and I have been rocking over here for a bit.
We haven't got
not my taste, but anyway.
Yeah, I knew Brett wouldn't like that, but a big day for the club. They've got, I think, a sponsors lunch inside. A lot happening.
These kiddies and they're old, they're young music.
Megan just bought herself a new bass, so I can hear she's just doing the.
Enjoying it. Big afternoon ahead. And you can catch all the action, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Keep us updated with all the scores around the grounds. Big afternoon with Premier Division returning. 3 games of Premier football today. Also the senior women's competition back for round 1 as the umpires make their way out onto the ground of Montrose Recreation Reserve. And they've even got the...
no, that's me.
Oh, that's you.
Gav isn't here.
I was going to say that is... very much from the playbook of the Mitcham Football Club every time we're down there at Walker Park. Witchbrush will be there tomorrow for Mitcham versus Vermont. We didn't talk about that in the pre-game, but the broadcast game tomorrow afternoon, bit of a special Sunday clash. The only game, I think, potentially in the whole state.
Yeah, looking forward to the renewal of the arch rivals from 20 years ago. I reckon nearly all these players wouldn't even know about that rivalry. So,
no.
so look, hopefully it'll be a great advertisement for the Eastern Football Netball League. I'm sure Mitcham will put their best foot forward, but Vermont will want to win. But we'll discuss that tomorrow. And I believe Davis Harrigan, who is up at Churnside this afternoon, has just reported early that Bulleen Temp have kicked the opening 2 goals.
That game already underway.
Churnside. Yep.
Gosh, they could go 2 from 2 today.
Well, that would be big
Yes,
for a
be
club
huge.
entering the competition, particularly against a strong side like Churnside Park. Back on this game, Brash, we talked about this in the pre-game a little bit, but without Ryan Garthwaite in the side, and they had to deal with that last year for the second half of the season when he was out for injury, and they did struggle a bit to hit the scoreboard. Last week, they would have been positive with 31 scoring shots. They kicked inaccurate, but they did hit the scoreboard.
I think what had happened, I think I agreed with Gary in the fact that momentum is a big thing, and I actually think when he went out of the side, they actually did lose their momentum towards the end of the season, and their season really did peter out. But as you said, mother is the necessity of all invention, and the thing is you've got to reinvent the side. And as he said, he's very excited about the playing group that he's got and the fact that he's now got more options, and I think that gives the players a little bit more ownership, and it gives them a lot more freedom to express themselves.
And Paul Uconi, who's around the grounds this afternoon in the score centre. Paul, you've already got some scores happening?
I do. In Divi 2, East Burwood kicked the opening goal against Wanney South. They lead 1 straight to no score. And in the Ferntree Gully derby, Ferntree Gully lead 2 straights to Upper Gully 1 straight.
Thanks, though. Those scores around the grounds will be certainly going to you a lot across the afternoon as the two sides make their way to their positions with the game about to start here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Park Orchards coming off a very impressive season last year. They won the 17 out of 18 home and away games. The only club they lost to last season was Mitcham, once in round 9 and then in 2 of the finals, including the grand final. So a bit of a surprise to see them lose up in round 1 with what is a very strong side. And I think it's going to test Montrose today as we await the first bounce. And a big chance as well for Montrose with Bo Tennant and Bailey White as the new co-captains, with Ben Descent moving on from the club. Great opportunity for those boys, both very important players at either end of the ground, Brush.
Yeah, very important. I think, like I said, it's going to come down to the forward lines because I think both midfields match up pretty well. If Prozenak can get off the chain early and start running through that midfield, he's known to be able to kick long goals. I think Taj Heap also can be problematic for Montrose with the way
with the best hair in the EFNL, Taj Heap.
Oh yeah,
Very
the way
impressive.
that he can explode out of the
It looks like a
midfield.
wazzer.
What's a wazzer?
So it's going to be an intriguing broadcast or intriguing game as well. And umpire Dino now, and
he's back again.
He's back again, Blake. He said hello too.
So first bounce here underway at Montrose Recreation Reserve. No clear winner here, wrapped up in a tackle by the Montrose midfielder there. And that's Hayden Smith, who's come across from the basin this year, one of the club's best and fairest, very young player, one of their promising stars. There's the ball going nowhere here. We might get another stoppage. They let it play on a little bit. There's a handball cut off, picked up this time by Price Inglis and wrapped up in the tackle. So we're getting another ball up in the middle of the ground. Park Orchard's going to the right side of your screen. Montrose to the left.
So let's see if we can get some clean air. Dean O'Neill throws it up again. There's a head out one there, and it's in the hands of Montrose, and there's a chance to go forward. Is that a free kick? No, says the umpire. Declan Woods got put on the deck, and now it's in the hands of Park Orchards. They'll go inside 50. It's a bit of a dusty kick, but it might still work out. Tackle is made. Good one coming in there from Jared Price Ingles, one of the veterans of this Park Orchard side, and Park Orchard's trying to get the ball back in their hands. They've got it now through Kane Keppel. He'll be a key today. Tackle on the grounds. Good one coming in there from Jordan Ills.
Price Inglis had a great season, the season that Park Orchards got relegated, and just a bit quiet the last couple of seasons, so he's going to be important.
Indeed. So the head out comes from Tom Livingston, but nothing, in fact, no, it is players continuing as the ball comes out towards the edge of the arc. Nicely taken there by number 3 in Jeffs. It's back inside 50 again. Up they fly for the mark. Is it a mark? No, the umpire says play on and smothered there off the boot. Bouncing around just outside 50, and now we've got a whistle, and it's just a mark, I think, in the hands of Montrose, and they'll bring it out.
That was Taj Heap, who goes down towards the far side. Bailey White on the wing, moving it forward. This is nicely done here from Montrose. Kyle Staples takes the mark, about 60 to 70 metres out from goal.
This will test him.
He's not going to go for it. He's going to
look
to put it up towards the hot spot. Big fly and strong hands here, and it's all Park Orchards. And the mark taken in defence, and they'll look to set up this time through Liam Cridlin. Back towards where it came. It's a 2-on-2 out the back. Park Orchard's got some numbers. The handball back to Liam Jeffs. Takes a bit of time to compose himself. The kick doesn't really hit anyone. Montrose have got all the numbers here. Bo Tennant got the handball off. Smith looking there for LePanche. Coming to the side this season. Picked off by Park Orchards. Inside 50 they go. Montrose are in defence, able to hold this one up.
So good start to this one. Montrose with the footy now as they work it out. Just out towards this broadcast wing. Nice mark taken there by Cridland. Sorry, it's not Cridland, it's the opposite, and Harvey Chin. Another one of the new members to this Montrose side today. Comes across from Baronia. And the ball on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. Tell you what, there might be a few fatigued boys by the time the game gets to the end, because it's going to be quite warm out there today. Well, it already is. Almost sort of early spring conditions as Park Orchards win the tap. It gets a little handball off there, and they'll go inside 50. Not a good kick though, and it's cut off easily. And Montrose to rebounds.
Bo Tennant, who's already had a strong influence on this game so far, sends it towards the attacking half. And the mark is paid here to Liam Cridlin from Park Orchards. No score in this opening 3 minutes.
Taking a good couple of contested marks there, Cridlin.
Certainly has, and he'll go long down the line, almost a mark out the back. Montrose able to almost clear this one up. Picked up here by Kane Keppel. The kick was smothered. Chance now through LePlanche. Got to get used to the new number of 18. It used to be Ben Descent, the skipper of Montrose. Not here any longer. Short kick finds Bradley Watson right in front of the Park Orchards bench. And down the line he goes. Great mark standing in front there, Diedrich. And he'll look to play on. Sells the candy. Inside 50. Out the back. It's a 1-on-1. Almost White was unable to take it. Cridlin there for the Sharks. And almost looked to drag it in. We'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Dees.
Yeah, at the moment it's a bit of a 0-0 draw. Both sides feeling each other out, looking for the weakness or a way to exploit each other's back 50.
It's a 0-0 draw, literally, Brash, because we still don't have any score on the board as the ball comes into the stoppage again. Tried to get it out there. It was in the hands of Witness for a moment, but he's taken, and in fact he gets dispossessed, but the umpire's whistle goes, and he will come in and ball it up again. So typical early season stuff. Both sides just filling themselves out, or filling each other out as the ball goes up. One out of the middle there, one out of the contest, should I say, by LePlanche. And there's a snap at goal, and I think it has... No, it's missed. I thought it had gone through, but we do have the first score of the game, albeit a minor one.
Boundary.
On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Nearly 5 gone as we go down to the boundary for the first time.
You've mentioned Bo Tennant getting a few touches. Yeah, he's playing as the loose down back. He had started off with a bit of a mismatch going up against the much shorter Christian Camper. And, he's just trying to get off the chain as much as possible.
So the kicking from McNarno hits up a target. Now on the half-back line, Park Orchards move the ball forward. Well run here. A chance for Liam Webb. Was able to take his opponent on. The kick was a poor one, and it was off the side of the boot and out of bounds on the full. So Montrose will take this on their half-back line. Just a 1 score in at the moment. Montrose 1 behind to Park Orchards. No score. 5.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And as we've said, couldn't have asked for a better afternoon. Can't ask for a better weekend. It's going to be 27-28 tomorrow as well. The kick was smothered and out of bounds, rolling. Taj Heap can't do anything about it, and we'll get a boundary throw in far side.
Yeah, there's not much between these two sides at the moment. Both sides looking to try and create some space in their forward 50, but none is forthcoming.
So 6 minutes gone. Park Orchards get out of the ruck contest through LePlanche, but the umpire's whistle's gone and he's found a free kick. Going to go the way of Montrose in the hands of Webb, looking around for someone to kick to. Not too many options at the moment. Now he goes down the line, tries to hit a target, but nicely intercepted there by... No, in fact, there's another whistle. And in fact, it's play on, so Park Orchards have got the footy. Now they go forward again. Can they get an inside 50 here? They sure can, but it's been marked back there. Not a good kick. and cut off back there by Prunty, and Montrose to bring it out.
So now they'll look to move on pretty quickly. Harvey Chin takes the mark at a half back, plays on right away. The kick, it's turned over here. Mason Blakey, the intercept mark, right in front of us, centre wing. Park Orchard's inside 50. They haven't been able to hit too many targets up. Montrose is certainly set up well behind the ball, and here's Bo Tennant in front position. He's able to keep it in front of him. Smith got the handball forward. Cut off here by the Sharks. Heron tries to smack it on the boot forward. Again, Montrose have got all the numbers behind the ball. Lord, back he goes. He'll receive it again. Got a player open if he wanted to use him in Diedrich. Instead just goes long out of defence. The mark is taken by Jenkins. Got a bit of space in front of him. Jenkins now towards the Montrose forward 50. In front of Schwab. Be able to pick it up nicely on the boundary line for the first goal of the game. He misses to the right. It's a minor score. 2 behinds Montrose. Park Orchards yet to score. 7.5 minutes gone.
Gee, they moved
Bank scoreboard.
They moved that ball very quickly out of the back 50 there, Brett. It was very impressive there by Montrose.
It was, yep. Well, here we were coming out here today in beautiful conditions, almost picture perfect, thinking we were going to get a high-scoring game, but it hasn't been early on, but still there's plenty of time to go, and we're just waiting for the mandatory ball in the car park to be retrieved. We've had 7 minutes in this first quarter.
Schwab's going to be an important play for them in this contest this afternoon. He probably had a little bit more time and to try and kick that goal. I don't think there was enough torque there.
Coming back off an ACL though, so he's probably he may take him just a little while to find his feet again off the injury. I'm just waiting for the ball to come back, and finally it comes back into play. Parkwood should send it up towards the middle of the ground. Bouncing around over there. Lord was in the vicinity, but he couldn't get it. It's gone inside 50. Terrific grab. Has it been paid? It has. Going the way of Farrell. And they play on now, so here's Tennant. That's not a great kick into the contest there. Ball bouncing around in Park, which is going to turn it over here. That was a costly miss. Little handball back there. Nicely done there from Park Orchards, and they'll go towards the edge of the 50. Now the inside 50 kick comes off the boot of Livingston. Can they get a mark? No, they can't. Ball bouncing around, picked up over there by Tennant of the Joel variety. And eventually the tackle is made, and they're over the boundary line, but in the pocket.
Free kick.
High free kick. In fact, it's going to be paid, and it's going the way of Montrose.
So Jordan Eels was quick to play on and got it to Lord. Dangerous kick, but it's a good one to Daniel Frith. Right in the middle of the back line for the Dees. The kick was a turnover. Not able to control it. Now Jenkins over the top. Finds a teammate there in Taj Heap. Takes his time. It's a dangerous kick inbound. Couldn't work. And now Park Orchards have got all the numbers. The quick handball there from Whitnish. Will link up there with Jeffs. Jeffs a handball over the top to Prozanak. Sells the candy. Can put on the left boot towards goal for the first of the game.
And he has.
And he has kicked it. Prozanak gets Park Orchards first. 1 straight 6 to Montrose. 2 behinds. And that's a class of last year's League B and F winner.
And when you consider the amount of inside 50s that Park Orchards have had in this opening 10 minutes, they needed to score. Paul?
Just some early Div 1 scores. Baronia lead over Bayswater 1-1-7 to Bayswater yet to score, and South Belgrave lead 1 straight 6 over Norwood yet to score.
Thank you, Paulie. Unbelievable to think that's Michael Prozenak's 251st career goal. Unbelievable. He really has been a machine in front of the sticks. As it's Park Orchards who win it, but it's been knocked forward. And here's a chance now for them to come forward. It's Griffin Allen. That's Montrose. Great mark.
Good mark.
Terrific grab. Michael Schwab, one of the new men in this Montrose side. Well, sort of newish. He's come back from the ACL, but didn't play last year. Nice to see him back in the side. Had an opportunity early. Let's see if he can convert this one as we still await for the first goal after 10 minutes.
Great use of the body brush.
Yeah, and you can see that frenetic pace it's just starting to slow down a bit, and players are just trying to be a little bit more deliberate with their foot and hand skills.
Yeah, you can see a bit of the perspiration starting to form already. I'm not sure what the temperature is at ground level, but it'll have to be 27, maybe 28. Schwab's kick on its way. He sits to it, hit it pretty well, and the crowd behind the goal like it. So finally, we've had a bit of a wait, but Michael Schwab puts it through. First goal of the game. It's Montrose who get away to an early start. They have the first goal on the board along with a couple of behinds, and they lead early in this one out here at Montrose Rec Centre.
Yes, that's right. 1-2-8 to 1 straight 6, and both sides have shown a bit in the early stages of this first term, Brash. Ball use has probably been A little bit off for both sides going inside 50, but that was a really strong kick. And
yeah, I think both sides are settling down now, and two really good pieces of passage of play from both sides to get their opening goals.
So we're back in the middle again. Big tackle by Jeffs, and he's rewarded with holding the ball free on Griffin Allen. So Jeffs will look to play on right away. The kick smothered into the man on the mark. That was LaPlanche. He's able to still find the footy again. And he looks to go towards a teammate up forward. He's able to hit that target. That's Liam Webb.
Got out of jail there, really, Jeffs, because in all honesty, that ball deserved to be turned over, and Montrose actually probably should have been inside their 50, not the opposite way around here.
Yeah, it did work out very well for the Sharks. Webb on a very acute angle, about 40 metres out from goal, potentially more.
It'll take a good kick from here.
Certainly will. Webb lining up. He'll be kicking just from outside the arc. Kick on its way. It's going to fall to the right unless there's a mark. And it's paid. And there is a mark for the Park Orchards Footy Club, and Lewis Downey from about 5 metres out. He's going to be forced to kick this from an angle, but that's poor defence from Montrose not to be able to knock that through.
He'll probably go with he'll go with the BWS Boonana.
He was the furthest from it. He was the last guy at the very back of the pack.
Downey, left foot snap, goal. Park Orchards get the quick reply. 2 straight 12, Montrose 1-2-8.
I can't believe they couldn't get that through, Montrose. They'd be really disappointed with that.
Yeah, I think Gary Ayres would not be happy with not one of his players being able to punch the ball through for a behind.
Absolutely. Still, it's a nice clip goal, the second of the day for the Montrose side. For the Park Orchard side, and they lead early by 12-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Glorious conditions here. We've had 13.5 in the first term. Thanks for joining us on Facebook and YouTube, and of course Radio Eastern 98.1.
All around the grounds.
Some scores in Divi 2. East Burwood 4-1-25 to Wani South 2-1-13. Croydon 1-1-7 to Heathmont yet to score. Mulgrave 3-1-19 to Lilydale 2-1-13.
So Park Orchards go back inside 50 again, but it's been cut off nicely over there by Jeffs. Not Jeffs, it's Tennant. Wrong side of the score sheet as the ball goes out towards the half-back line. It might be a bit overcooked going towards the boundary. Is anyone going to keep it on over there? It's been socket off the ground. So here's an opportunity. They haven't had too many. Awkward bounce over there. High bounce, and it was towards the boundary, and it's over there. But at least they've got some territory now, Montrose.
Sorry, I'll just finish off those
Sorry,
Div
Paulie,
2
where you go.
No, that's okay. Ringwood 1 straight 6 over Surrey Park yet to score, and Templestowe 2-3-15 over Waverley Blues yet to score.
So umpire throws it back in. Here's the ball in the contest. Montrose have got it, and they'll put a short little kick in, but it's been smothered. Now Park Orchard's trying to get it out. There's a snap for goal. Not going to be going through though, but it's fallen for Montrose again. Funny little kick forward, but there's a man on the line, and he'll be able to kick it out. And he's overcooked it though. Out towards this boundary side. Montrose, this is a good little period for them. Picked up over there nicely by Eels, and he's taken on the tackle. And in fact, the ball has gone out of bounds. So Montrose doing a little bit better. They've had a bit of territory in the last couple of minutes, but nothing to show for it at the moment.
Well, that 1%er there virtually guarantees why Ben Panzer was brought into the side, because that stopped an inside 50 scoring opportunity there.
It was a late inclusion for Tom Wilson, because we're going to get another boundary throw in because that ball comes straight out.
I think if you were looking at the overall balance or scheme of things, you'd think that Park Orchard should be a little bit further in front, considering the amount of inside 50s they've had, Paul.
Just some Divi 3 scores. The Basin lead over Coldstream 1-1-7 to 1 straight 6. Sylvan lead over Knox 2-1-13 to 2 straight 12. Donvale lead over Oakley District 7 straight 42 to 2-1-13. Scoresby lead over Fair Park 3-4-22 to 1-1-7, and Ferntree Gully lead over Upper Ferntree Gully 3-3-21 to 1 straight 6.
Thanks there, Paul. Around the ground, socket off the ground this time by Tanzimat. And again, Park Orchards have got all the answers. They look to play on straight away. May have been a little bit dangerous, but they seem to be able to control this pretty well. Got a player right in the middle of the ground. Calcians. And was looking for the runner past him. Didn't have anyone there. He's able to take off now towards the forward line. Bo Tennant in front of this. He'll mark that every day of the week, floating down back.
That was a poor kick, that really.
It has been, and he's been very strong so far, Bo Tennant. Went straight away to Lord. Lord finds a bit of trouble. He's got enough time to be able to get out of it. Dangerous kick. And Park Orchards might be able to mop up on this. It's Prosenak with the right boot. Prosenak's got his second. Something was called, and
hang on a sec.
It's going to be coming back, I believe.
Yeah, for that rough hit in the back.
Kane Keppel came in really strongly, and I think he's conceded
But I think the goal
kick.
umpire is going down to check to see whether it was a score.
So we're finding out now just on this. It was
touch.
touched. Okay, so it's a minor score, but Prosenak looking dangerous early, Brush.
He is looking very dangerous. So, yeah, he's just his ability to seize the moment and work his way into a contest. It's going to create difficulties for Montrose right through this contest.
So what's going on here? We've got
or is it a free kick,
perhaps? I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Cross down.
Going to Prosenak as we get into BWS on the boundary.
Yeah, the umpire just went down to the goal umpire just to confirm whether or not the ball was touched, so it was an advantage paid in the end. The ball's been brought back.
Right.
Prosenak to have another shot.
All right, so Prosenak from just on the edge of the paint. In fact, he'll be inside the boundary by the time inside the 50 by the time he kicks it well inside. In fact, wouldn't back against him, and he's put it through. So Prosenak's having a good day already. He's got a couple on the board early. And Park Orchards pick up their third goal, their 3 straight to 1-2-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And a fast first half, already 18 minutes in.
Yeah, I think now Park Orchards are finally getting bang for their buck with their inside 50 count. They've three straight, and I think they'll probably be close to 16, 17 inside 50s in this first quarter.
Yeah, they would have. And the kick from Lord, I think it was Lord, it was just a poor option.
Yeah,
It
a bit
just,
cute.
certainly
A little bit cute.
Put his teammate under a lot of pressure down back.
Let's go to Paul in the score centre. Paul, what do you got?
Some Divi 4 scores. Churnside Park lead over Bulleen Templestowe 4-1-25 to 2-1-13, and Whitehorse lead over Warrandyte 2-1-13 to 1-3-9.
Thanks, Paul. We're back in the middle again, and it looks to be all Park Orchards. The handball there from Whitnish wasn't able to hit a target though, so it gives Montrose a bit of a break. And a free kick going towards the D's. And that's 60 metres out. Looks like it's a free kick here to Michael Schwab.
They made a meal of that Park Orchards. So probably they should have got that clearance out of the midfield.
So Schwab looking towards a pocket and
Nice
finds
pass.
a target to Kyle Staples. Marks it on the chest. A beautiful lead and a beautiful kick in towards their forward 50.
Well, the backman had no chance there because the kick was beautifully weighted right out in front of Staples, who basically was able to shield the player or his defender off and take that mark.
Well, you can certainly see why they missed Michael Schwab last season. And now a chance of Kyle Staples to get D's second of the afternoon. They've got one on the board, and now they've got 2. He delivers 2-2-14, the D's. Park Orchards 3 straight 18. We played 19.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary with Jared Benley.
Yeah, I feel like that was a classic case of a forward kicking to a forward. Schwab knew exactly where Staples wanted that and hit him straight up.
So you can hear the cheering coming all the way from across the oceans in America as our colleague, our colleague Blake Tennant, no doubt watching the stream. Afternoon.
He's in Miami today.
Evening, Blake. All right, whatever time it is over there.
Gee, gets around, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's moved quickly.
Globetrotter. So they needed that one, Montrose, but it's got them back in the game. We're in time on just as the ball is won out of the middle by Montrose on the ground into the contest, and diving on it there is one of the Montrose players, but the umpire says nothing doing, and we'll have another ball up.
What do you got there at the score centre, Paul?
Got some premier scores for the first time this year. Berwick lead over Donny East 1-1-7 to 1 straight 6, and Noble Park lead over Ringwood over Roeville, 1-1-7 to 2 behinds.
Oh, go the Bulls. So, ball on the ground. I can't see them winning today, but you never know. As the ball comes out, coming forward again, Park Orchards will go forward again, as they have for the majority of this first quarter. Now a chance to go inside 50. Nice little handball over the top. Finds Alex Magnano. He gets a handball off, and now they're inside 50. That's a good kick, and there's no defenders there at all. That was ridiculous. And Liam Webb, in fact, the only 2 players there were Park Orchards players, and Liam Webb has taken the mark, and he'll go back and line up.
Too much of the Montrose midfield pushed too far into their forward line, and they got caught on the turnover, and Park Orchards with precision kicking and great overlap were able to get that ball into their forward 50 and have another shot on goal.
They certainly were. They could have almost raffled it there. There was players lining up. Here's the kick from Webb. He strikes it pretty well. He's got it. So that's a well-deserved goal for Park Orchards, and probably worthy of the lead that they have at the moment. 10 points. Probably could have been a bit more, but they lead 4 straight to 2-2-14. And they've had 21 and a half gone in the first term.
I think the difference between the two sides also is that I think Park Orchards are looking a lot more dangerous when they move the ball into their forward 50. Whilst Montrose still a little bit stagnant, but they're having to work really hard to find an opening.
Yeah, so we're back in the middle again. We've played almost 22 minutes in this first term. Exciting first quarter here. Park Orchards 4 straight, Montrose 2-2. And back in the middle it goes again. Looking for the clearance here is the Dees through Bradley Watson. Got the handball. Inside they go now. Looking for Bailey White. Was in front position. Tapped it down to the player in front. Got the handball forward. Did Taj Heap. And Tanzamat gets past one tackle. Just gets his hands away. No, he didn't. He was holding the ball. And look at like Park Orchards are out right away looking for Webb from right in front of us. Centre wing wasn't able to take the mark and followed up with a big tackle there. Jordan Neals.
He had it before he spent it there, Webb. He was looking at the next possession to go down the forward 50, Paul.
Both sides want to move it very quickly.
Sorry, Paul, you go.
Got a score from Divi 1. North Ringwood lead over Murrelbach early on, 2-1-13 to 1 straight 6.
That's a terrible kick going to no one in particular, and Bo Tennant takes another intercept mark. He's looking really solid at the back.
You can see why he was in Team of the Week last week. Reads it so well.
Yeah.
So now the ball in the hands there of Daniel Firth. He goes back to not Tennant, it's Lord this time. Lord goes across the field, finds a target there. And Farrell, so they're happy just to chip it around at the moment. Montrose looking for a target. It's a dangerous kick out wide towards the boundary. Almost picking it up over there was Bateman. Now it's close to the boundary, still a no. Montrose, they go forward, the kick down the line, up they fly, good mark taken there, that's a ripper by Bailey White. 4 goals last week, he's been, he knows where the big sticks are as the ball goes inside 50, trying to scoop it up over there nicely was LaPlanche, he's been busy early, ball on the ground, it's still there for Montrose, can they get a boot on it? They can, it's a goal, I think it is. Now, I didn't see who kicked it.
Ty Galbraith,
I think it is Ty Galbraith, it sort of was really messy, and somehow Ty Galbraith showing great commitment there. He got in there. We have to look at the replay. Out it comes, and fair enough.
So brothers goal of the day contender.
Absolutely. So good goal from Montrose. And near the stroke of quarter time, they get one back, and it's back to a 4-point game. It's 24-20 when you go back scoreboard.
Yeah, sometimes fortune favours the bold, don't it? I think, once again, the one thing that Park Orchards have been able to do is take a lot of space off the Montrose defence and try and squeeze them. Sometimes it works against them because they were able to get out the trap door there.
So back in the middle again. No one able to get a clear hit out. 24 and a half minutes gone in this first term.
I'm thinking this will probably go 28 to 30 minutes, I reckon.
Well, we got a 31-minute first quarter last week out at Bulleen Templestowe when there was only 3 goals kicked, as Park Orchards looked to clear this out through Liam Jeffs. Towards half forward, picked off by the D's. A quick handball there. Got it to Greg Lord under a bit of pressure. Now a chance for Joel Tennant. Back in the side this week. Down the line it goes. It's cut off by the Sharks, and they've got all the numbers. And they look to go forward through Price Inglis. Again, not the best kick forward. Keeping it in front of him there was Chiampa. And they'll look to go again. It's all the D's. It's a 2-on-1. And Greg Lord takes the mark in defence there. Just their choices going inside 50 haven't been great. Montrose have been so well set up behind the ball.
That will probably be the thing that Parasavi will talk to them about quarter time. I think they've butchered the ball a little bit and not taken the opportunities that have presented themselves
So
in
Lord's,
this quarter.
sorry, Brash, Lord's kick out towards the wing, not marked over there. He's been good, Lord, though, him and Tennant. As the ball comes back inside 50, this is dangerous, and it should be a goal. And in fact, it's the easiest goal ever be kicked by number 9 in Webb, and just strolled into an open goal. Not sure what happened there. The ball just popped up out the back, and Leon Webb couldn't believe he's lucky. He gets his second of the day, and near the quarter-time break, it's a goal for Park Orchards, which puts them out to a 10-point lead. 30 playing 20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 26.
Umpire was probably lucky not to be drilled there, to be honest.
Boundary. Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, that's the third or fourth time I think that Park Orchards have been able to cause a turnover on that far side wing, move it through hands and score a goal from the ensuing inside 50. It just seems to be their way of playing. Scores from turnover, huge.
Again, back in the middle. D-Rich going up and getting the heat out. Looking to advance through the D's. They couldn't break the tackle. And we'll get another ball up back in the middle. It's been an interesting first term. Park Orchards look slightly better side at this moment. They have been accurate in front of goal too. The 5 straight compared to Montrose 3-2. Certainly probably own the territory at the moment. No one able to get a real clear win in that hit out. And picked up now by Liam Jess. Looks to play on right away. The kick was a dangerous one. Taj Heap looking to intercept it. Montrose with all the numbers. Here's Hams. Looks to play on right away. In towards the middle of the ground is Harvey Chin. He's got 2 Sharks to beat. Picks up nicely. Got the handball off to Tanzamat. Breaks the first tackle. Goes on the right boot. Smothered. But it will bounce back towards a Montrose teammate who's able to pick it up this time. It's Braden LaPlanche. They're tackled right away. Good pressure from Park Orchards. They'll get a ball up.
I will say this, that both sides are tackling really well and making sure that each side is really earning each possession that they get.
It's a couple of times now that Tanzamat's tried to take on his opponent and been caught up.
So quick opportunity and the ball comes out. LaPlanche gets a handball away. It's a bit messy, but nicely picked up over there. That could be holding the ball, and it is. So the umpire, in fact, he's played advantage. So here's a late chance for Prosnak. Drills one towards the edge of the 50, but great mark. Is that Tennant? Yes, it is. Terrific grab. He's been good by Tennant in this first quarter.
I think he's been Montrose's best.
He's been terrific. So important mark. That could have been disastrous if they conceded a late one, but undo a lot of their good work. Now he comes forward, kicks it out towards us here on the broadcast wing. Up they fly, coming over the top there nicely. As Ty Galbraith punches it out of bounds. As the quarter continues, we're up to 28 minutes gone. It's 30 playing 20 out here at Montrose.
I almost think the way this game is going at the moment is which side can maintain the rage for the longest.
Yeah, I agree. As the siren sounds for quarter time at Montrose Recreation Reserve, an exciting first term sees Park Orchards take a 10-point lead into the first break. 5 straight, 30-3 to Montrose. The goal kickers in that quarter for Park Orchards, Prozanak and Webb, and Downey all hitting the scoreboard. Prozanak and Webb kicking 2 goals each. All single goal kickers for Montrose, Staples, Galbraith and Michael Schwab. We'll be back to hear from one of the coaches at the quarter time break and get ready for the second quarter of the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Montrose versus Park Orchards, Division 1, Round 2. Out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve, and at quarter time it is the Sharks leading 5 straight 30 to Montrose 3-20. Before we hear from one of the senior coaches, we're going to go straight to the score centre around the grounds. Paul Uconi, what are some of those scores that are taking place?
Yes, starting off with Premier Berwick lead over Donny East. Berwick 4-1-25 to Donny East 3-1-19. Rowville lead over Noble Park 1-5-11 to 1-3-9 in Divi 1. Bayswater lead over Baronia 2-3-15 to 2-2-14. North Ringwood lead over Murrelbach 3-3-21 to 1-1-7. And South Belgrave lead over Norwood 5-2-22 to 2-3-15 in Divi 2. East Burwood lead 5-3-33 over Wanney South 2-3-15. Croydon lead 2-3-15 over Heathmont 1-1-7. Mulgrave lead 6-3-39 over Lilydale 4-2-26. Ringwood lead over Surrey Park, Ringwood 2-1-13 to Surrey Park 1-1-7, and Templestowe 5-4-34 lead over Waverley Blues 3-3-21 in Divi 3. Coldstream 2-3-15 lead over the Basin 2-1-13. Knox lead 4-4-28 over Sylvan 2-1-13. Donvale lead 7-1-43 over Oakley District 4-3-27. Scoresby lead 7-5-47 over Fair Park 3-1-19. Ferntree Gully 5-4-34 to Upper Ferntree Gully 1-1-7. And in Divi 4, Churnside Park lead 5-1-31 over Bulleen Templestowe 4-1-25. And Whitehorse 5-1-31 over Warrandyte 1-6-12.
Interesting couple of results there, as I believe we've got Gary Ayres in just a moment. We've got Jared Benland down on the boundary line about to bring us in. Jared.
Gary, it was a passionate speech at the quarter time break. The main message was about ball movement and second options.
Yeah, and just the method. I thought they were a little bit cleaner around stoppages, really. And, of course, it's either first possession, which is what we got, but then I reckon we just didn't nail what the correct disposal was.
And so it's more about kicking it and then trusting your aerialists to do the work down the ground.
Yeah, and it's also, too, if you're handballing to get out of trouble, not into trouble.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks, Jared. Always good to have Gary Ayres and his time. We've got Ben Warren-Smith, who was at the Park Orchards huddle. What did you hear, Ben?
Yeah, Paris was really happy with the boys and the contest that they put up in that first term. The main message at quarter time is to not kick to pack situations. It's all about hitting the shorts. He mentioned that many times. Hit the shorts. So they want to make sure that they are going into goal direct. He doesn't want leads out to the pocket. He doesn't want them out to the flanks. He wants to go straight down the line. He wants to spread the ball going up the hill in this second term and using the far side well. Thanks, guys.
Great to hear both insights from the two huddles as Brett Besson will kick us off for the second quarter.
Indeed. Just a quick watch. Apparently our Eagle Eye audio operator and of course, technical advisor Lee Green, who's sitting beside me, tells me that Taj Heap was struggling a bit towards the back end of that quarter, so we'll just keep an eye on that.
Yeah, he just went up in a ruck, and when he came down, he was in full splits, and he stood up holding his hammy.
Okay, well, they couldn't afford to lose him. Thank you, Lee,
for
spotting that. So back in play, and it's Montrose who have the footy at the moment.
Just to confirm also for Park Orchards, Niels Withoff is wearing number 18 today.
I did see a number 18 out there. Thank you, BWS. Just change it on the score sheet. So Slow, it's Wallord again. He's been pretty good in the first term. Gets the kick out towards the wing. Can he find a target? Not really. It's been turned over. So Park Orchards with an opportunity now. It's in the hands of Keppel. Didn't see too much of him in that first quarter. Finds a target. And now they'll go inside 50. Can they hit one here? They sure can. That's a mark. Good one too. Taken there by Livingston. Or has he conceded a free kick? He has. The umpire said he pushed his man out of the way. I thought he just bodied him, but he's conceded the free kick. And Montrose to bring it out.
So they look to switch it towards the far side. Harvey Chin's underneath this one and takes the mark. Bo Tennant, the short option to the side, chooses to go down the line. Tanzimat's in front of this one, couldn't quite take it. Picked off here and holding the ball, and that was against Spiteri, who was caught right away. Great pressure from the Dees, and Bailey White to take this. It's the runner in Lord, but chooses to ignore him. It's a poor kick, but might work out okay because over the top is Staples. Keeping in front of him is that man Widoff as he sees it over the line, and we'll get a boundary throw in that far side. 1.5 minutes into this second quarter.
So umpire to throw the ball back in. Looks like a couple of twins out there. You've got Taj Heap and you've got Hayden Smith, who have both been to the same barber. Every time
What barber?
Exactly. I'm not one to talk about barbers, but there's the ball back in. The umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Did you ever rock that hairstyle?
No, funny enough.
Just want to talk about the deliberate rule. Like at the moment, it's paid prevalently in the AFL, and it's not coming across at local level, which is frustrating at ground level for the crowd.
Yeah, I don't think it's been paid in this league since about 2014. It's been a long time. They paid a lot. Here's Montrose going inside 50 again. Here's the long kick to the hot spot up. They fly. There were plenty of hands there. Off hands now. Nicely worked away there, and they'll come out with Park Orchards getting the kick out of trouble for the moment. Or the mark not taken. It's overcooked. Trying to dive on it there was Price Inglis out towards the boundary in front of us, and it's still in actually, and now it's not. And it's across the boundary. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Jared Ben.
We've noticed a bit of a breeze coming along. It's favouring Montrose. It's not going to be that much more than a 1 to 2 goal breeze, if anything.
Thanks there, Jared. On the boundary this afternoon, Montrose unable to really make the most of the first couple of minutes, despite probably owning most of the footy. They trail Park Orchards 3-2 to 5 straight.
We've gone back to what it was like in the opening couple of minutes. Really tight contests, no quarter given.
D-Rich with the hit out, but gave away the free kick, and Widoff will handball it straight away to Liam Jeffs, who's ready to go. Jeffs inside 50 for the Sharks. Big pack of play slide, picked up there by Price Inglis. Threw it on the boot, bouncing ball. It's going to be a minor score, 5-1-31 Park Orchards. Montrose 3-2-20 coming up to the 4th minute mark of this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So thanks for joining us wherever you might be this afternoon, whether you're watching the stream on Facebook and YouTube or listening on a 98.1. It's week 2 of footy. And as the ball comes off the boot of Sam Heron, it's a long kick forward. In fact, it wasn't Heron, it was not him, but it was someone else, and the ball's gone out wide. So a little build up here from Montrose. Good safe kick, finds Hams. Riley looks to go back across the ground, so they're going backwards, pretty much sideways at the moment, but now they finally get it forward. Long kick forward, and that's better, and a good mark taken there by Bradley Watson. Now this is a chance for them to go inside 50, find a target. There's the kick. Can they get a mark? No, they can't. It's a poor one, and it's easily cut off back there by Amir. Haven't called his name too much today, but Henry's going to bring it out for Park Orchards.
That's what Gary Ayres was bemoaning, that poor choice or poor delivery to the next Montrose player in the chain.
And the kick wasn't a good one. It's out of bounds on the full, and Joel Tennant will take possession of the football, sending it right back in towards that area. Standing underneath it is Widoff. Was able to take the mark. With a similar result there for the Sharks in defence.
The last couple of minutes probably haven't been the greatest advertisement for local footy. It's a bit of kick to kick, really.
It is. It might come back this way. Big fly, and it was unrealistic, in fact. And that was Tom Livingston who went for that one. And the Dees will take possession of the football. Their last couple inside 50s.
Is that Harley
They won't be too happy with that.
Boundary.
As I go down the boundary, Jared Benland.
I think it's Joel Tennant that went down there, and the trainers are coming on to check him out.
Thanks, Jared. We'll keep an eye on that one. Big fly out the back. Couldn't quite take the mark. Park Orchards looking to clear this one out. Almost Bradley Watson couldn't quite take the mark for the Dees. Picked up this time by Livingston for the Sharks. Tight on the boundary line, and he was out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary throw in far side. 5 coming up to 6 minutes gone second term. No goals kicked in the second quarter. It's still Park Orchards 5-1 to Montrose 3-2.
So umpire to throw it in far side. Game's sort of degenerated a bit in this quarter. We had such a good first quarter, but it's been very scrappy to start with. Maybe the heat is starting to come into play a little bit, even this early in the game. Umpire throws it in. Here's the head out taken by Woodhoff, but it's been won by Montrose, and they'll bring it out here. Nicely picked up over there by the Planch. I think he's been good in this game so far. He gets a kick forward. Can't find a target, but it's still danger signs. Now the little handball over the top, and it's been bashed out of bounds by Henry Amir. That's all he could do, really. He was under pressure and happy just to knock it out.
They're both, Montrose, still struggling to hit a target in their inside 52. Their delivery is always under pressure, and they're not able to hit someone lace out, Ryan.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of an issue. As the ball is brought back into play, pushed off his opponent there was D-Rich, and snapped it on the right boot. Minor score was to the right. And Montrose moved to 3-3-21. Park Orchards 5-1-31 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It's almost like the game's gone into a holding pattern, doesn't it? Waiting for one side once again to take off.
Yeah, it's been strange because, as I say, the first quarter was quite open, plenty of goals and lots of play, but it's not quite sure what's changed in this one, but never mind. I'm sure it'll spark up again. Just waiting for the ball to come back. It's in the hands of McLaren Spiteri. That's a great name, isn't it? McLaren Spiteri.
Very good.
He could be an actor or something.
On a VFL list this year.
So, speak of the devil, he gets the ball back again, and then he puts a kick out towards Livingston. He's been quite prominent. Can't take the mark though, and the ball's out of bounds. Far side of the ground. So good crowd in here. People enjoying early season footy and quite in seasonal conditions as this long Indian summer just rolls on here in Melbourne. So just waiting for the umpire to throw it in. He gets plenty of height on it, and getting the front spot there nicely was Woods. He got the head out, and the umpire's whistle was gone, and some protestations there, but it's going to be a free kick to Park Orchards. A little chip forward there by Spiteri. Now the ball comes back, and they'll go inside 50 here. Can they get a mark? It's a bit overcooked over the top. Can they keep it? And no, they can't. And almost taking himself out on the boundary. Here was Lewis Downey. And we'll have a throw-in as we go back to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
I think the difference you were talking about there, Basto, is Montrose are defending the ground a little bit better, but they're just not moving the ball as slick as they want to. You notice that the moment that Park Orchards get a play-on situation, that's the fastest pace that we've seen this quarter.
Yeah, good spot, particularly with Spiteri there running through the middle. Keppel out of the ruck, got the handball. Liam Jeffs, tough pocket to kick that one. And it is just a minor score. So Park Orchards now moved to 5-2-32 to Montrose 3-3-21. And we've played 8.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's currently in this second quarter. Paul, around the grounds, anything we've got coming through?
Premier Division, Berwick up by 7 points, 5-2-32 to 4-1-25, and a low-scoring contest between Rowville and Noble Park. An inaccurate contest as well, 1-5-11 apiece.
The kick there from Montrose out of bounds on the full, so Park Orchards will move this right along. Bryce Inglis and hits up a target inside 50 to Kane Keppel.
Gee, that was a good kick. And it was also a dangerous kick too, because it could have easily have been intercepted, but it was well weighted there by the Kenneth Wright medalist.
Yeah, it was a perfect kick, and Kane Keppel, Prosnack won the Kenneth medal, I think, last year.
Yes, that's who I was alluding to. Beautiful kick.
And Keppel will line up for his first of the afternoon. Doesn't miss many. Loves it off the boot. And Park Orchards get the first of the second term, 6-2-38 to 3-3-21 Montrose. We've got some more scores around the grounds, Paul.
In Divi 1, Baronia back in front against Bayswater, 3-5-23 to 2-3-15. Close contest between North Ringwood and Millbark, 3-3-21 to 3-2-20. And Norwood hanging around against South Belgrave, but South Belgrave are in front, 5-2-32 to Norwood, 3-4-22.
Well, that's good for Norwood supporters that they are putting up a much better performance early on this week.
Definitely.
So a nice goal from Kane Keppel. He hasn't seen too much of it in the first term, but it's all about taking your chances when they present themselves, which he's done. and the margin out to what must almost be a game high, I would say, 16 points. I don't remember it being that much, 37-21.
No, you're right. This is the game high lead, Brett.
So up she flies. Nicely one out of the middle there by number 13 and Declan Woods. It's there for Park Orchards, and they'll go forward again. There's the kick, socket off the ground, almost inadvertently, I think, there by Kane Keppel as he tried to pick it up. Plus his play on. There's a shot at goal off the boot, and it's across the face. It was Webb, and he had an opportunity, but he sent it across the face. A bit of a let-off there for Montrose, and one more to the score. So after 10.5 minutes gone, 38 plays 21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Bo Tennant now to bring this back in for the Dees. Had plenty of footy in the first quarter. On the short target. And now they go towards that far wing again. And the mark is taken on that far side. Daniel Frith. Short kick forward. Dangerous one looking for Panch. And the boundary line beats everyone. We'll get a boundary throw in.
That's a problem when you're not playing a running type game, bringing plays in. It's stagnant. It's basically kick and mark, trying to kick to position. Very hard to try and get players into position when you're playing that type of football.
And even 3-goal lead to the Sharks at the moment. The tap was one down there from Dierich. And wrapped up in a tackle on that far side is Hayden Smith, who of course has come across from the Bears this year.
But the one thing that Park Orchards are not allowing Montrose is any clean possession. As soon as Montrose have got the ball, they're being tackled and tackled very well.
So they go forward again. Here's the kick out towards the pocket, and it's going to go out of bounds. So one thing that could become a little bit of a factor today, even though the conditions are really good, if it's hot out there, there could be a bit of sweat on the hands, which could produce some handling errors as well. Don't think about things like that. Or is that just me? The umpire throws it in, gets plenty of height on it. Up they fly. Nicely done there by number 4 in Dedrich. Umpire's whistle goes, and we'll come in and throw it up again.
So they win the possession, they win the stoppage, but they're still, as soon as they touch the ball, Montrose, they're onto on Park Orchards.
So on the ground over there was Heap. It wasn't a heap too. He finished up at a heap as the ball goes out of bounds once again. So they've got a good little piece of territory here, Montrose, but they're just not doing anything with it. This will be about the 4th attempt at stoppage in a row.
There's a real difference between the skill sets of both teams at the moment. Park Orchards are crisp and clean and hitting targets. Montrose are fumbly and going wide.
So up it goes. He's working his way to the front spot there again was number 4 in Dedrich. He's getting a few hit-outs, but they've lost the ball again, and Jerry Price Ingles ran past the ball, and in the end the tackle is made middle of the grounds, and we'll have another ball up.
Around the grounds of Paul Yukoni.
Yeah, East Burwood are running away from Wani South, 7-3-45 to 2-4-16, and a close contest between Croydon and Heathmont. Croydon lead 2-3-15 to Heathmont 1-3-9.
Gee, what an inspiring game that's turning out to be.
Park Orchards move the ball down to the half-forward line. Again, they go Lewis Downey. Might be in range from here. He's kicking from outside the arc.
Well,
tough angle.
I reckon he's prepared to take his chances.
Certainly the boys on the balcony are
under 19s encouragement all the
having
way.
A few words to Lewis Downey, who just wait if he kicks this one and see if he looks up at the balcony. Downey from outside 50. So he said it's a tough angle from here. The kick on the way, the wind's going to take it to the left. So just a minor score.
And in case you couldn't work it out, they're not the Park Orchards under 19s.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. 6-4-40 Park Orchards to Montrose 3-3-21. Not a bad effort from there, but just a minor score. Paul Yugoni.
Exciting game out at Mulgrave as Mulgrave lead 7-5-47 to Lilydale 5-3-33.
Just an update too from one of the Rezzies games this afternoon. Fair Park supporters look away. They've been beaten 167-6 by Scoresby, so not a great day for them, but they can only get better as Montrose win the ball. Little handball off there, nicely picked up there by Griffin Allen out towards the boundary. LaPlanche's been busy, gets a handball up the line. This is quite good. Harvey Chin, one of the new members of this Montrose side, goes inside 50. Ball gets over the back. Trying to pick it up over there was number 1, I think it is. Yes, it is. It's Bailey White. Kicked 4 last week, but he hasn't got amongst the goals so far today. And the umpire says we'll ball out up again. The bright sunlight, just my imagination, but the wind might have got up just in the last few minutes as well. Boys on the boundary maybe can confirm that. As the tackle is made inside 50, and we'll have a ball up.
Yeah, it has. It's picked up a touch and it's coming straight across the ground into my face, and it's delightful.
Missing your hair at BWS.
Feathers are flapping.
He looks like Taj Sheep
All
right
up
now.
inside 50. Again, Park Orchard's all the numbers. That kick's just a sky high. Probably not going to go 15 metres. Up in the air. Trying to get forward there was Park Orchard's defender. And a free kick's been picked out. It's going Montrose's way. I didn't see
Boundary.
where that's come from, as Jared Beanley might have a bit more info on that.
I think that might have been kicking in danger.
And so looks like Montrose just waiting to see who will be taking the kick. They've got a chance. Must kick goal here.
Geez, they need this.
It's absolutely right. And it will be Ty Galbraith, who already has one. Probably has the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day contender, the clubhouse leader as it is. They've had plenty of the ball inside 50 and have just not used it very well. Turned it over a lot. But a chance of Ty Galbraith to steady the ship for the Demons. Kick on the way. He likes it. And it's a score, though. Maybe I misread his reaction.
Hit the post.
Hit the post. So 3-4-22. The Demons trail the Sharks 6-40 Park Orchards. Paul Uconi in the score centre around the grounds.
Yes, Ferntree Gully have got a big lead in the Ferntree Gully derby over Upper Ferntree Gully. They lead 8-6-54 to 1-1-7.
So a little bit of a coach killer there, but Montrose have got in fact they had the ball back, but they've conceded a free kick, so unlucky.
Rash will never tip Upper Gully again.
Equivalent. Chips it back. That might have bounced, I thought, but the umpire said no. It was picked up on the full.
Getting back to Galbraith, he actually didn't kick through the ball. He tried to stab it through and obviously paid the penalty for that.
Yeah, you'd be disappointed. That was very kickable as they come out wide here. Nice mark taken by Magnano. Looks around for someone to kick to. Plenty of open spaces. Just go, my friends. Haven't got all day. Goes one way, then the other, then goes back across the ground into the hands there of Sam Heron. Goes out into the hands of Mason Blakey. Out wide. That's not a great kick. They might be able to keep it in. They do. Really good play over there by Jai Whitnish. Now they go inside 50. Can they hit a target? But back over there. In fact, it was almost spoiled, but a shot at goal is across the face and it's gone through. They almost paid the price there. Montrose got caught on the hop, but it's gone through for another minor score. And the Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows 41 playing 22 in favour of the Park Orchard Sharks. And we've had 18 goals.
That's exactly what Paris Harvey asked for at quarter time as well. He wanted them to spread wide, use the far side of the ground, create the space. It was a nearly coast-to-coast goal then.
Perfect example of it. Opened up the ground. Here's Kyle Staples, centre wing, far side. We'll go to the around the ground score centre in just a moment.
This is where they're having
real
real problems, Montrose, trying to pick a target in their forward 50. They keep looking sideways and backwards. It's not going to get you anywhere unless you can hit a target.
Here's Galbraith, just able to take the mark right on the boundary line towards the top of the square. They've got two numbers here, and one of them is able to take the mark there in Braden LaPlanche, and this is a must-kick goal.
He's been terrific today, LaPlanche. I've really liked his game.
First time they've got a mismatch in their forward 50 here, Montrose.
It was a great kick by Galbraith, and for Braden LaPlanche, lines up, kicked a couple last week, has his first today, right through the middle. Bit of a delayed reaction from the Montrose supporters up on the balcony. No reaction whatsoever to the goal. Need one to get up and about. 4-4-28 the Demons, trailing Park Orchard 6-5-41. There's some cheers as we go down to the score centre. Paul Uconi.
They're watching the replay.
Churnside Park lead over Bulling Templestowe 9-4-58 to 6-3 39. White Horse lead over very inaccurate Warrandyte so far 6-1-37 to 3-10-28.
3-10.
And Surrey Park running away from Ringwood, they lead 8-1-49 to 4-2-26, and Templestowe lead over Waverley Blues 6-4-40 to 3-4-22.
So Joshy Ward will be happy with that Surrey Park result as Park Orchards look to come forward, but they've turned it over. Jordan Eels goes out wide. Some of the kicking's been a bit ordinary, I have to say, today, as it's picked up over there by Park Orchards. Magnano works way out of the congestion, gets a handball off. Now it's Prosnak, gets back to Magnano. They'll go inside 50 again, and is that a mark? No, it's gone to the ground. Montrose back there trying to get it clear. They may have turned it over again. Good work there by Campier. Now the ball going back to the hot spot, or unless it might go through. No, it's gone through to the left side of the goal and through for a minor score. So one more to the total. And we've had some 20 minutes already in this second quarter, so getting close to half-time. And it's 42 playing 28. 14-point lead for the Park Orchard side.
Gee, they are working so hard, Park Orchards, to win possession and deny Montrose any run whatsoever. They just can't get anything going here.
Yeah, it seems quite difficult at the moment for the Dees. Towards LaPlanche, couldn't quite take the mark out the back there. Was Hickey, got the handball forward. Towards a dangerous spot, big tackle laid by LaPlanche again. His pressure's been good. Tanzimat throws the ball on the boot. Bouncing ball, who's going to win it? Doing very well there was Liam Webb to cut it off. Had to take the risk. Now they've got the numbers and they can start their attack. There he is again, Jay Whitnish, towards the half-forward line. Mark taken now. Ciampa, long way out from goal. Looks to move it on straight away towards that far side. The mark is taken and Park Orchards will be able to have a set shot on goal. That's Sam Heron on the far side.
They have all the answers at the moment, Park Orchards.
So
even though their disposal is scrappy, they just still keep moving the ball forward, keep getting momentum.
They're in the right position as well, Brash.
Yeah, they are, because they're doing exactly what Paris, like you said, wanted them to do. Kick it wide and stretch this Montrose defence, and they've done it perfectly.
You're kicking from about 40 metres out. Sam Heron off the right boot towards goal. It stays right. And it's just another minor score, 6-7-43 to Montrose 4-4-28. Coming up to 22 minutes gone. We'll go down to the boundary, Ben Warren-Smith.
That's Jared Beanland, actually.
Jared Beanland?
That's okay. Yeah, on the converse of what Ben said, Montrose, whenever they're on a fast play, they don't seem to know where their players are going to be. They just want to kick it forward and gain territory at all costs, whereas Park Orchards, they just know where their teammates are going to receive the handball from.
So we're in time on at the end of this second quarter. Here's Montrose with the football again. Dangerous little kick forward by Diedrich, but he finds a target in number 12 in Tanzimat. And here they come, Montrose. If they can get one, the kick has been spoiled, but they get it back again. So there's still a chance. It'll handball into the middle there from Boat to Boatennant. It's a kick forward now. It's Heap, middle of the grounds. Sweat pouring off him. You can see how hot it is out there. Now they go inside 50 to the hot spot, but back there the defenders have been socked off the ground and it just misses. So it's almost an opportunist goal there to Tanzimat, but it goes through for a point. And if they zone up here, they'll be able to keep the pressure on. So 14-point lead, it's 43-29. And we've had 22 and a half gone in this term.
Park Orchards take the kick in. We'll go around the grounds with Paul Uconi.
Got some more Div 3 scores. Coldstream lead over to Basin, 4-5-29 to 4-2-26. Knox lead over Sylvan, 7-8-50 to 3-1-19. Donvale lead over Oakley District, 11-3-69 to 6-7-43. And Scoresby lead over Fair Park, 10-8-68 to 4-1-25.
Park Orchards look to use that far side again, but caught up on the wing with two Montrose players able to put the pressure on and get a stoppage here. 23 minutes gone, second term. The D's currently trailing by 14 points. Tap down to Smith for the Demons. Going nowhere. Get another ball up far side, but again, their ball movement, Park Orchards, seem to be hitting all the right spots.
You almost think on the balance of play that Park Orchards probably should be about 4 or 5 goals up here.
It certainly feels like it, but again, particularly if Montrose can get one late and get this margin into single figures before half-time, they'll take that, because they certainly haven't had the best second term as Heap finds a target. So they'll go down the line again, just a bit of slow ball movement. It could work out okay, making an impact there from behind with Staples. Big tackle laid by Galbraith. It was high tackle though, and it'll be a free kick towards the Sharks.
So Park Orchards to bring it out. Now it's in the hands of Mason Blakey. Gets it out wide. Can they get a late one here, Park Orchards? It really would be a killer blow for Montrose if they could. There's the kick to the hot spot. Goes through hands. Park Orchards appealing for something. They're appealing for not sure what they're appealing for. Deliberate, I think. Which, as we've mentioned, was last paid in about 20 years ago in this league. But
what's that?
But they still ask for it anyway. So Montrose to bring it back in. We've had 24 and a half gone. Out wide, really important mark and a good spoil coming over the top there. That's really good work there by number 19 and Kyron Hickey, just to keep that pressure on. So umpire to throw it in on this broadcast side. Sun's streaming down over here. Montrose Recreation Reserve, the place to be this afternoon for Eastland Footy League and Netball League, of course, as the ball is in the hands there of Bailey White. Gets his kick smothered. Magnano's in there trying to pick it up. He got handled off the ball, but the umpire said nothing doing, and in the end, we'll have a ball up almost in the middle of the ground, just out on this near wing.
As we said, 25 minutes gone, second term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard reads Park Orchard 6-8 to 4-5 Montrose. Another stoppage. We've got Paul Yukoni around the grounds.
Level contest between Donny East and Berwick, 6-3, 39 apiece.
Come on, the
Low
East.
scoring contest between Rowville and Noble Park. Rowville lead over Noble Park, 3-8, 26 to 2-6, 18.
Park Orchard's back inside 50 again.
Both sides very inaccurate in that game too, Rowville and Noble Park. Was it 3-6 to 2-8, Paul? Something like that?
3-8 to 2-6.
So a ball up inside 50 for the Sharks. They won the hit out. Park Orchards with a lot of numbers. Can't afford to give away a goal here. Big tackle laid by Smith. Was not rewarded. Bo Tennant in defence takes a mark. No one else around him. And he looks just to compose the side before he switches it to Daniel Frith. They look to play on right away. Here's Lord. Towards centre wing, right in front of us, grandstand side. The mark is taken. This is good from Montrose. Whittle, the kick forward. It's not too bad. It works okay for Kyle Staples. Out of bounds is not the worst result for the Demons.
Yeah, they'll take the stoppage.
And it's gone.
So important stoppage, this one from Montrose. Can they pinch one before before half-time, should I say? Which would bring it back to a single-figured margin, which you'd probably think they'd be really happy with, because you feel like Park Orchard should be a lot further in front. As Tash Heap takes possession of the umpire, says, well, give it to me, I will throw it up. So still inside 50. Up it goes. Up they fly. One by Park Orchard's coming over the top. Nice work there by, I think it was Whitoff. The umpire says, let's have another ball up. So it can't be too much longer to go in this term as the umpire throws it up again. Once again, a bit inconclusive. Snap towards goal, and the mark is taken, and it's going to be paid as well. And it's in the hands of Lewis Downey. So here's an
I think it might be Tanzimat.
It's Tanzimat. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong side of the sheet again. So Tanzimat, and this will be huge for Montrose if they can kick this.
Put in sorry, Brash, I was just going to say he's put in a lot of effort today and getting to the contest a lot. His disposal has really let him down now. Time for redemption.
Exactly what I was going to say. You took the words right out of my mouth, BWS.
Great minds, mate.
We'd see what happens. I wouldn't go as far as to say great minds, but there's the kick from Tanzimat, and you've put the Moz right on him because that's a terrible kick. It's gone right. It hasn't even scored. That's really disappointing for Montrose. That's a wasted opportunity.
What you're saying is minds were involved at this point.
You said that, not me. They will be gutted, Montrose. That was really kickable, and he just hasn't had a great day with his boot, Tanzimat, unfortunately, as the ball comes back in, but the danger's not over yet. Chance to redeem themselves. Socket out of the play by Alex Magnano, and they'll have to throw it in the left forward pocket.
Well, BWS was absolutely right. Just been this disposal use as field umpire and boundary umpire discuss on the boundary side. We've got some scores around the grounds while we wait.
Yes, got some Divi 1 scores. Boronia lead over Bayswater comfortably, 6-10, 46 to 3-3, 21. North Ringwood lead over Moorbark, 6-5, 41 to 4-3, 27. And South Belgrave lead over Norwood, 6-6, 42 to 4-4, 28.
Both Galbraith and Tanzimat have missed gilt-edged opportunities in this second quarter for goals.
Well, inside 50, can they get a late one? It's a kick forward, just hacked out of midair, and it's out of bounds again. So another boundary throw, and we've played 29 minutes in this second term. It's Park Orchard 6-8, 44, Montrose 4-5, 29. Can the Demons get a late goal?
So they will really need one as the umpire gets set to throw it, and again, there can't be long to go. Time is against them as the head out comes the way of Park Orchards. Back into the contest. Good work there by Declan Woods out of the ruck. The umpire says we'll have a ball up. Getting to his feet, looking a bit sorry for himself, is Jay Whitnish. Up it goes again. Up they fly. Nice hit out again from number 13 in Declan Woods. They can't get the footy though, and it's Park Orchards who will work it out of danger in the hands there of Prosnak. He's back doing a bit of defending. He slams it down the ground, but it's going to come back. In fact, they won't have time because there is the siren and disappointment for Montrose. They were looking to set up again, but it was just a bit too late, and half-time is reached here at the Montrose Recreation Reserve. Half-time score is 6-8-44, playing 4-5-29. Ryan, tell us about the goal kickers.
The goal kickers for Park Orchards, Prosnak, Webb have both kicked a couple. Lewis Downey and Kane Kipple, one goal each. For Montrose, Kyle Staples Ty Galbraith, Braden LaPlanche and Michael Swab all with 1 goal each. We're going to take a break here for the Eastland match of the round. We will be back for the halftime show in just a moment. It is Park Orchards leading Montrose 6-8-44 to 4-5-29.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day. We are live from Montrose Recreation Reserve for a Division 1 clash where the Demons are taking on the Park Orchards Sharks. Beautiful day out here. Glad you're with us wherever you're listening from, and welcome to the halftime show. My name is Jared Beanland. Riding shotgun with me for the next few minutes will be Ben Warren-Smith and Paul Uconi. Ben, I'll start with you. From the boundary line, we've had a front row seat to this intriguing clash. A couple of teams going at it with a couple of different game styles and ways of moving the ball in my mind. And how have you seen it?
Well, it's been look, I think, to be honest, going into half-time here, I think Montrose will consider themselves pretty lucky to be as close as what they are, but at the same point, there's probably some disappointment coming out of the Sharks' rooms at half-time. For the first 15 minutes of that second quarter, they really did dominate the play and put some scoreboard pressure on, but didn't really put the game to bed, which it probably could have been. And full credit goes to Montrose for working their way back into the contest. They slowed things down a little bit for themselves. They tried to be a little bit smarter with their disposal. There is a clear difference in skill set, I believe, at the moment. Well, what's been shown in the first half, I think Park Orchards move the ball quite quickly. They know where they need to be for the next possession, and they're hitting up targets. And I think that's the real difference at the moment. The targets are being hit by Park Orchards, whereas Montrose are struggling. But the contest, as far as like going in for it, getting it, the hardness, the tenacity, the effort, it's all there from both sides, but the skill is shining through at the moment.
Yeah, I really feel like Park Orchards have put a lot of pressure on Montrose's ball movement. They seem pretty, how to say it, sort of reluctant to handball it too much, and they're relying on their kicks down the ground and the aerialists up forward. How have you seen this game, Paul?
Yeah, no, it's been an intriguing contest. Park Orchards have done really well, pressuring in numbers. Montrose been struggling to get a lot of clean disposals. Park Orchards have left a few goals in the shed in the second quarter. I think they kicked 1 goal 8 to 1-3. But yeah, Montrose they're probably lucky to still be in this game, and Park Orchards are playing well, but yeah, it's still a really close contest.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Paul. I think in terms of some of their ball movers, I really want to see Montrose get a little bit more into the hands of Braden LaPlanche, sort of in those possession chains, and someone like a Harvey Chin as well, because whenever they've been involved, it's looked a bit cleaner, I think.
Yeah, look, there'll be some pretty hard. The first 10 minutes of this third quarter, obviously, is going to be all important, as it always is. Let's stating the captain obvious call there. But if Montrose can come out, put that early pressure on, like get a bit of a jump on Park Orchards, then all of a sudden that confidence will lift. The doubt will start to creep in because Montrose will be kicking with the breeze in the last quarter. It is going downhill, so Park Orchards will be looking to come out and stamp their authority.
They need to be a bit quicker with their ball movement, though, Montrose, because they keep going backwards and sideways, and there's not a lot of options from going forward, so they just need to use it a bit quicker.
Yeah, there needs to be a change up. There's no doubt about that. But that's this game, and we can only wait the next hour to see what happens. But let's go around the grounds, because as you go local for your football across the eastern suburbs today in this beautiful 28-degree day in Melbourne, there is plenty of great scores coming through, Paul.
There are in Premier Division a close contest out at Zerby's Reserve as Berwick lead 8-3-51 over Donio 7-4-46. Inaccurate low-scoring contest between Roeville and Noble Park, close nonetheless. Roeville 3-9-27 to Noble Park 2-6-18. In Divi 1 out at Bayswater Oval, Baronia lead 6-10-46 to Bayswater 4-3-27. North Ringwood have the lead over Mooroolbark 6-5-41 to Mooroolbark 4-4-28, and South Belgrave lead 8-7-55 over Norwood 4-4-28. In Divi 2, East Burwood lead 7-4-46 over Wani South 2-5-17. Mulgrave lead 8-5-53 over Lilydale 5-3-33. Surrey Park lead 8-1-49 over Ringwood 4-2-26, and Templestowe lead over Waverley Blues. Templestowe 6-4-40 over Waverley Blues 3-4-22. In
We'll just have to cut you off there a little bit, Paul. We'll get some more scores around the ground after the break, but on the other side of this, we'll come back for those scores and for the third quarter here from Montrose Recreation Reserve. Come back after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back out to Montrose Recreation Reserve for the huge Division 1 clash on the match of the round thanks to Eastland. Today it is Montrose hosting the Park Orchards Football Club, and at half-time it is the away side with a handy 15 lead point, 6-8-44 Park Orchards to Montrose 4-5-29. A man who's gone and refueled and he's ready for the action in the second half is Wayne Brasher. Brash, how do you see this one playing out? It was a good effort by Montrose to actually stay in the contest and work their way back into it in that second half of the second quarter, but they really probably need to change up a few things to put that forward pressure on.
Exactly. Well, I think Paris Harvey, the game plan that Paris has asked of his players, their players have done exactly what he wanted them to do. Stretch Montrose's back 50, try and keep the ball off Bo Tennant so he doesn't have free run at the contest. But I'm really impressed with the way that they're not giving Montrose a clean possession. Yeah. Every time Montrose even look like they're touching the ball, there's a Montrose player hammering right down on them. No clean possession. I think their disposal inside 50 for Montrose has been poor, very poor.
Yeah, they let themselves down with some goals that they really should have.
Well, Tanzamat and Galbraith missed 2 gilt-edged opportunities in that second quarter.
Yeah, and even in the first term, they probably should have been. They kicked the first 2 behinds, which probably should have been goals as well.
Yeah, exactly, and I think also too. But in the overall scheme of things, BWS, if you look at it just based on inside 50s, Park Orchard should be another at least 2 or 3 goals ahead, I reckon.
Yeah.
1-8 in that quarter probably doesn't really sort of give them pays credence to their dominance in this game. Yeah. So the way I see this, if Park Orchards can come out and probably kick maybe the opening 3 or 4 goals in a 5-minute burst in this quarter, I think it might be just near enough for them to win the game.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. It's both sides one side's come out. It's taken a little bit longer today for the sides to come back out onto the park, and I'll put that down to it being 28 degrees out there. So they'll be sucking up as much non-sunshine as they can because it is hot down there at ground level. Like I sweat when it's 16 degrees, but I'm melting down there.
Yeah, well it is. It's very unseasonable weather. I mean, it's April and we're still getting summer temperatures, and I think. Like I said, the intensity of both sides at the contest is fantastic, but they can't maintain that when they've got when the prevailing conditions don't allow that. Yeah.
Paul Yaconi, where we wait for Montrose to return to the park, it's a perfect opportunity to go back to those important around the ground scores, and whilst we introduce the commentary team back into play, but take us away, mate.
Yes, I'll go with some Divi 3 scores and an interesting game out at Coldstream. The Basin lead over Coldstream 5-3-33 to 4-5-29. Knox lead over Sylvan 7-8-50 to Sylvan 3-4 22. Donvale doing it comfortably over Oakley District, 13-4, 82 to 6-7, 43. Scoresby also doing it comfortable over Fair Park, 12-12, 84 to 4-2, 26, and Ferntree Gully lead 9-6, 60 over Upper Gully, 3-2, 20. And in Division 4, Churnside Park lead over Bulleen Templestowe, 9-8, 62 to 7-5, 47, and White Horse lead 9-1, 55 over Warrandyte, 6-12, 48.
Well, there's some interesting scores there. Some sides that had poor performances in round one have really come to the fore so far in this round, Ryan. So there's once again you can't ride off a side on 1 week's performance. I think the Basin. The Basin is probably the biggest surprise for me, and I think the other game that does have some significance is the Berwick Doncaster East score. That was pretty close at last call, Paul. I think it was nearly a draw.
Yes, Berwick currently lead that by 5 points at this stage, 8-3, 51 to 7-4, 46.
So, I mean, look, Doncaster East, they can't afford, really. It's a game that they don't want to drop in round one, that's for sure.
No, it isn't, particularly for the side that struggled last year early on in the season, and it made it really hard to get back into obviously finals contention. They only won the 5 games. A lot of pressure on them this year, so we'll see how they perform in the second half.
Do you think, I'm going to put this to both you and Besto, do you think Montrose need to probably take a bit more ownership of the corridor in the second half to try and put some pressure on, some scoreboard pressure on Montrose? Because Paris is quite prepared for them to run the ball wide and use their legs. Yeah. Montrose could afford to try and take on that on the spine to get back into the contest. Do you think they have to do that?
Yeah, I do. I think they need to open up the ground a little bit, take a few risks in this second half. At the moment, they've been a little bit slow to get the ball moving, and Park Orchards have really set up well behind and been able to stop a lot of their advances. But we'll see how it all plays out in this third term. Currently a 15-point lead to the Sharks as we start the third quarter. Smith was pushed. In fact, it was that was true. It was it. It's play on straight away as Park Orchards, Montrose go inside 50. Tanzmet crumbing front and centre towards the top of the square. It's a 2-on-2. Couldn't quite grab it. Was Galbraith. Picked off by White. Snap on the right boot. Samina score. And a little bit of a let-off for the Sharks. 4-6-30 Montrose. Park Orchard 6-8-44.
But there was intent there by Montrose, and they did take... And they went straight down the middle, and they did put pressure on that spine of Park Orchards. They've got to persist with that gameplay in this third quarter.
So promising signs from Montrose. They need to strike early in this third term to stay in the game. Kick out of wide, and just as we say that, it goes straight to Haythorn. Now they come off half-back. Nice work by Park Orchards through the centre of the ground. Marker's taken there by Keppel. He gives the ball back to a teammate. There's a little chip forward there by Park Orchards, back inside 50 again. And they've got the mark as well. That's a great grab over there.
That's Downey, Lewis Downey. That's a really good contested grab there by Downey. That was a really good piece of play on the turnover there, on the kick out there by...
Good play by McLaren Spiteri. It was his kick that was marked, but terrific grab over there.
And just the sprint by Spiteri as well. Once they knew they were going to switch it into the middle, they knew that. Then there was 2 players that bolted off. Spiteri was one of them, got the ball, and then that kick inside 50 was superb.
So it's going to be a shot at goal for Lewis Downey. 30 goals in his career. He's kicked 1 today, so that makes it 31, even with my terrible math. Here he comes. This will be a real killer blow, though. Montrose looking promising from that last raid. He's the kick on its way, and he's got it. So second goal of the day for Lewis Downey. And not the start of this quarter that Montrose would have wanted, but Park Orchards extend their lead. It's the 7th of the day, 7-8-50, playing at 4-6-30 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and they're coming up to 2 minutes gone in this third term.
So, as you mentioned, 20-point lead now for the Sharks. Probably the biggest centre clearance of the day for Montrose. Got to get something going.
That was probably the play of the day, really, on a team effort there by Park Orchards, because they were very slick there with that ball movement.
So the ball up, back in the middle again, tapped down by Widoff for the Sharks, picks up his own work, got it off in front of Whitnish. So they look to go forward. Harvey Chin able to get the handball away. And Montrose able to hold this up for the moment. We've got a Montrose player in the middle of the ground down. We'll keep an eye on that one. Doesn't look great.
Is that Dietrich?
I'm not too sure.
It doesn't look good from the way I'm looking at it here. He looks like it looks like that the player actually is looking at his leg. And I'm not sure whether he thinks he can get up.
The play will be held up here for a little bit. At the moment, the score reads 7-8-50 to 4-6-30. Park Orchard leading by 20 points 3 minutes into this third term, Brush.
Yeah, look, just that's good, Dietrich. That's good to see. Just before that, once again, 3 Park Orchards guys. As soon as Montrose looked like touching the ball, they were onto him, and they got no clean possession. And now it looks like they get another shot on goal or a ball. No, it's another ball.
It's a ball up inside 50, but we'll see how this all plays out. Dietrich been important so far. Prunty for the Sharks, a snap forward, cut off by Tennant, who got it to Lord. We've heard those two names fair bit. Towards that far wing, Heap had 2 to beat. Park Orchard's doing well to hold him up. On the far side again, Joel Tennant wrapped up in the tackle.
Probably Montrose's best 2 players are the 2 guys on the back line, Lord and
without doubt,
and Tennant.
Been terrific, yep. So there's the ball back into play. The plenty in the vicinity, but it's been put off the boot and it's going to go out of bounds. In fact, it's almost in a car park. It's over the fence. So we'll have a throw it on the far side. So 20-point lead. It really can't get much bigger from a Montrose perspective, you wouldn't think. Otherwise, they're just going to leave themselves too much to do. Free kick going the way of Montrose. They go little chip and bottom. There is that man Lord who's been so good today. Looking around to see who he's going to kick to. Good safe kick too. And they spread it across the face of goal. Nice mark taken over there by Firth. And they're going to try and work it out here. So the next kick into the middle of the ground is a good one. Finds Heap. He's in a bit of space. Now can he find a target inside 50? There's the kick. One-on-one contest. A beautiful grab. That's the Pledge. Been impressed with him today. And he got up nicely there and took a really good mark. So he's going to go back and surely, do I dare say it?
Don't say it. Don't say it.
It's the second time LaPlanche has got it's got a mismatch. I think Gary Ayres should look at trying to see if he can create this.
Try and isolate him.
Yeah.
This is a must kick. They missed an early one a couple of minutes ago, which they needed really badly. But this one is this is desperate times.
It's going to take a decent hoof though.
Let's see if he's got it in him. Maybe I'm being a bit too rough on him because it is quite a long way up. But if he makes good contact, there's the strike. He's hit it pretty well, but no, it's missed. It's always going left. So in fairness, it was probably a little bit harder than I made it out.
Outside the arc in the end.
Yeah, it was actually. So goes through for a minor score. It's another wasted opportunity, but they're staying they're staying around that 3-goal margin, aren't they? 50 to 31 in favour of Park Orchards.
It's a big turnover here from Park Orchards. Tanzimat picks it off.
Redemption time.
Well,
he actually
you've said it well.
He actually telegraphed it then, didn't he?
Yeah, well, and
the Park Orchards backman.
Yeah.
You could tell he wanted to do a short, dinky kick.
But as BW said, his effort across the day has been really impressive. It's just the finishing touches by foot.
Needs to score here, Tanzimat.
19 points down the D's. This is a big kick. It's looking okay to the left a little bit. Just a minor score. So 4-8-32 the Demons, 7-8-50 Park Orchards down the boundary. Jared Bentley.
Just an update on Jack Dietrich. Looks like it was just a knock, and he should be out the ground pretty shortly, apparently.
And I'm sure they'll put that super spray on him there, Jared Beanland.
So Spiteri brings it back. Another wasted opportunity for Montrose, and they've had a few today. Here's the ball working down. They might have turned this one over towards the boundary over there. And the umpire's whistle goes.
I just want to bring up Besto. I just want to bring up Magnano's effort on across the mark when that last shot on goal came.
Yeah.
So he wasn't the man on the mark, but he sprinted off to the side, and it was a really big put off.
Yeah.
Quite clever play.
Yeah, I did see that myself. Actually, I was going to mention, but there's the ball in now, knocked away down to the ground, and we'll have another ball up. Yeah, it was a weird one because there was 2 players sort of ran across the mark. It was weird to watch. Umpire throws it up again. Up they go. One out of the tap there by Park Orchards again. And we'll have another ball up, so bit stop-start at the moment.
around the grounds, Paul Uconi?
Yes, Swanee South are coming back in the contest against East Burwood. It's back to 15 points. East Burwood 9-4-58 to Swanee South 6-7-43.
So Woodhoff, it is, he's getting about 1 million hit-outs in this last few minutes. He's getting plenty of the football out. It's a free kick going to Park Orchards.
So looking to play on straight away. Got a little bit of pressure, works it okay and finds a target on that far side. They currently lead by 3 goals, Park Orchards. But again, haven't really blown Montrose away with all the
seems like they're
50
threatening
entries
to,
they've had.
though.
It's a dangerous kick through the middle, and it's a good one. Hits up a target. Matt Haythorne, in the middle of the ground. Spins around on the left and picks out Bo Tennant from the opposition jumper. Picks off another intercept mark. He's got Watson on the far side. Takes the mark and he's off. Takes a bounce. A second bounce. Loses it. Loses control of it. And smashes into Mason Blakey. And just couldn't afford to fumble that one. Had an opportunity to go inside 50.
Yeah, that's an opportunity gone begging.
But they did look good there for a moment. So again, Widoff controlling those ruck battle. This will get a ball up on that far side once again. We played almost 9 minutes, Brett, in this third term. Just the 3 goals in it.
So umpire to throw it up again. Someone's hurt. I think, is it Magnano, I think? Or Spiteri, who's limping around over there. It's neither. It's actually Gustanis. But it should be okay. Maybe just got a Corquez. Inside 50 they go. The bounce is awkward. It was there, but snap on the boot. Let's have a look at this one. It's not a bad kick. I tell you what, it's a goal. Brilliant goal. That's Schwab. Yep. So brilliant goal by Schwab. He's come across this year, of course. We're back after the ACL. So he hasn't come across at all, but he's back after the ACL. He had a couple of good moments early in the game. Haven't seen a lot of him, but that's a huge goal. And he puts it through in a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. And I'll tell you what, I don't think Galstanis is going to be going on with his kids. He's looking pretty sorry for himself as he's coming off the ground, so we'll get the boundary riders just to keep an eye on him. But a much-needed goal, back to a 12-point game.
Yeah, you're right, hobbling off the field at the moment, but they've been pushing Brash just for those last few minutes. They needed some reward for their effort, and they finally get it.
Yeah,
crazy to think it's only 12 points.
I know, and you'd think that the way Park Orchards are playing that they're 5 goals in front, but they're not.
So back in the middle again. And again, the clearances have been probably owned by Park Orchards. Towards half forward, Hams picks it off from the Demons. The handball just in time, got it to Allen. There he is again, almost pushed in the back. We'll get a ball up. Tackled by Michael Prozanak. 7-8 plays 5-8. Widoff again in the ruck. Didn't really make contact with the football. And a free kick here. Playing on straight away with Smith. Hams lost it. The ball comes out to Prozanak, who unloads from outside 50 and nails it. Goal number 3 for Michael Prozanak.
Well,
and the margin back out to 3 goals, 8-8 to 5-8.
Class wins every time, and you pay the penalty when you turn the ball over. And if Michael Prosnak's within 40, 50 metres of goal, he's going to make you pay.
Cross down. It's just it's BWS down here at the dugout for Park Orchards. Just went in and had a little secret squiz. We've player on the benches. Sorry, his name's just gone from Spiteri, wasn't it? He's just twisted his right ankle a little bit. He's just going to get the shoe off. He's going to get a bit of tape, I think, and then he'll be straight back out.
That's the
Galstanis, was it?
Galstanis, sorry.
Galstanis, that's all right. No worries.
Actually, he was playing all right too, Galstins.
It looks like he's going to come back. He didn't look too good when he was coming off, but up they go again. So the head out won by Montrose out of the middle, but it's fallen for Park Orchards again. They go inside 50. It's a bit of a dusty kick just to the edge of the 50. Almost taken there by Livingston. Couldn't quite. Now Montrose will bring it out, and they'll go forward to about the half-forward line, bouncing around awkwardly. But there's plenty of Park Orchards players back, and I'll be happy with a stoppage here, Montrose. At least they've got the territory. They're only about 55 out, and almost in pretty much about at centre-half forward.
The other player that's accumulating a lot of touches is Liam Jeffs. No one's on him. There he is again. He's getting another possession.
So kick down
been very good, Jeffs.
Towards the middle of the ground. They get it on the outside. Little handball back
Here
inside. So here they go again. Liam Webb getting it inside 50. Can they? Well, this is going to be. They're raffling this one, but in fact they've lost it, and in fact it's gone through. It is. They made a bit of a meal of it. They made it a lot harder than it needed to be. But in the end, it's gone through. And is that Spiteri?
Yes, it was.
It was number 23 in Spiteri, so he gets his first of the day. It was all a bit untidy, but it doesn't matter how. They do no diagrams on the scoreboard, and it's now 62-38 in favour of Park Orchards, and we've had 12.5 in the third too.
Yeah, match high lead here now, Brett, 24 points.
A bit worried about Montrose in these centre clearances.
Well,
Park Orchards won last 3.
Well, Widoff has taken control of the centre of the ruck in the opening minutes of this second half.
Yeah, he has, and currently at the moment, Declan Wood's in there for Park Orchards in the ruck. Giving Widoff a break here. This is a centre clearance for Montrose. LaPlanche long towards the top of the square. Aaron's happy to see that over for a minor score. It's 5-9-39 Montrose. Park Orchards 9-8-62. 23 points, 13.5 minutes gone, Brett.
So Park Orchards to bring it back in. Here's the kick down the middle of the ground, but they've turned it over. Nice mark taken there. It's in the hands of LaPlanche, who's been pretty good today. So he puts the boot in the ball and tries to find a target. Or is he going for home? It's a big kick. But it was wayward again, so another opportunity goes begging. He might have been better just to try and hit a target, but he decided to take it on himself. And he misses, so 22-point margin now, 62 plays 40.
1 goal, 3 to LaPlanche this afternoon.
There's no way that's a 50-metre arc.
No, I think you're right.
I reckon it's about a 40-45 metre.
His previous kick was from halfway down the pitch, and it landed the same location.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you got there, Paul?
Got some more Divi 2 scores. Heathmont lead over Croydon 6-8-44 to 3-5-23, and a shootout between Mulgrave and Lilydale. Mulgrave 13-7-85 to Lilydale 10-8-68.
Good to see there. Here's Lord off the side of the boot. Might work out K. Braden LaPlanche again underneath that one. Probably in range from here. That 60 out. Looks to hit up a target. In defence there. Almost bringing it down was Liam Cridlin out the back. There's Tanzimat coming in hard. A bit of a clash with an opposition. Magnano looks to clear this one out. You're right, he is down at the moment behind play. Price Inglis tackled on the half forward flank for the Demons. We just wait to see if he's able to get back to his feet. Isaac Tanzimat.
He's all right. I think he just got a bit of a knock.
He copped that sideways pretty hard.
It looks like he's staying out there, and we're going to resume play. 22-point lead for the Sharks. Montrose pushing forward at the moment. Here's Braden LaPlanche again. But this time he's going nowhere, tackled by 2 defenders, and we'll get a ball up outside 50.
He's trying real hard, LaPlanche, to get his side back into this contest.
Yeah, he's just about being their best player, I think, today. He's been absolutely fantastic, or one of their best players anyway.
That was really courageous by Tanzimat there. He's picked himself up and might knock a bit of straightness into his kicking. You never know.
So Park Orchards back with a full. We had a false start. There's the kick out towards the wing. Oh, good mark. That's a terrific grab over there, taken by number 24 in Keppel. So Kane Keppel hasn't had his busiest day today, but nonetheless he's played his part when he's needed to. I think he kicked one early. Yes, he did. He got one early, and it kicks to the hot spot. Plenty of defenders back, and it's bouncing around over there. Livingston takes possession, and he's monstered immediately. And a bit worse for wear too as he gets to his feet. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So really important stoppage, this one, for the Montrose side. Heat lurking, but it's one out of the clearance there by Park Orchards again. Good clearance, but it's only gone out as far as Declan Woods. He's going to go back inside 50, goes onto the left boot, and a bit of a dusty old kick towards the hot spot. Up they fly, ball falls for Montrose, and they should be able to clear this, but it's going to come back. There is falling against Pateri, gets a little handball off to a teammate in Amir. Amir's kick's a funny one, it goes pretty much straight up in the air. Up they go for it, back inside 50 again. They just can't get it out of here, Montrose, trying desperately to clear it in the end. They'll be happy with a stoppage as the ball goes out of bounds in the left forward pocket.
It's that relentless manic pressure that the Park Orchards forwards are putting on the Montrose back line that's causing all the headaches here for Montrose.
Really grinding this one out, the Sharks. I'll be very happy with their position at the moment. Another goal to extend it out to 28 points will make things difficult. It's a chance now for Montrose. It's play on advantage. Down they go through Allen. Out the back is Schwab, able to maintain control, got the handball forward, and in front, all by himself, Cole Staples, open goal, Dees get one back. Great transition footy from Montrose, 6-10-46, trailing Park Orchards 9-8-62,
Well, that was their
17.5 minutes gone.
That was their best piece of play today, Montrose.
Yeah, it certainly was. Linked up nicely.
And it was direct.
Yes, correct. And that's a much-needed goal too.
What have we got there, Paul?
Got some more Premier scores, and it's level pegging between Donny East and Berwick, 10-4-64 apiece, and Rowville lead over Noble Park, 4-10-34 to Noble Park, 2-7-19, and Wanney South have got it back to 7 points now. East Burwood 9-4-58 to Wanney South 7-9-51.
Oh, so Montrose with a much needed goal, but what they really need is back-to-back goals, or maybe even 2 in a row, or 3 in a row, sorry. But it's going to be Park Orchards who may well score here. There's a shot for goal, beautiful goal, and it's come off the boot of, I think it's Kia Siampa who kicked that. Just out of nothing. They won the centre clearance, and just as they were just starting to get back into the game, Montrose, they've conceded one immediately, and that's a heartbreaker. But nice goal from Siampa. He had a bit to do, but he put it through in a nice finish, so the margin jumps back out again to 22, 68-46.
Beautiful play by the skipper there. Absolutely manoeuvred his opponent out of the contest and got a fantastic handball out when he wasn't entitled to, and that's really good hard running by Ciampa to respond, and they responded like a good side they are.
So the margin back out to 22 points. Every time Montrose seem to be back on track, Park Orchards have had an answer. They look to get the clearance again. Here's Smith for the Demons. His handball cut off by Prozenak, and off to Jeffs from the arc. Is to the left. He's kicking. It's a minor score, 10-9-69. Park Orchard, 6-10-46 Montrose. 19 minutes played in this third term, Brett.
So it's Tennant with the short kick out to Lord. Probably the two of the best Montrose players. Goes down the line. Good mark. Has it been paid? They decide to play on. Little ball down there. It's Heaper. Gets the kick forward. Goes over everybody's head inside 50. It's not an opportunity. They will go inside 50 now. In fact, they'll go through that's a goal. So once again, Montrose, they've just conceded one, and now they have one themselves, and I think that was number 47 in
Harry
Whittle.
Yeah,
so
and mark the goal down to Staples, because his little flick kick on the left to just create that was absolutely sensational. That's a play of the day.
The assist was better than the goal.
So
you're right, Paul, it was.
So Whittle puts it through, and once again, the margin is brought back to 16 points, so they won't go away, Montrose, just when they look like they're going to get possibly blown away. They just keep striking back, but as we said before, they need 2 or 3 in a row. So let's see what they've got next time, or for the next couple of minutes at least.
Yeah, definitely back in the middle again. But as we said, Park Orchards have had a response every time Montrose have looked like they might be making a comeback. So important the Dees get back-to-back goals here, Ben.
Just very quickly, that's right. Just very quickly, I feels like there's a lot of fatigue creeping into the game, and I think that's why the team defence might be breaking down on both ends.
Well, certainly opened this game up a little bit in defence there. The mark is taken by Matt Haythorne after the quick clearance from Hayden Smith for the Demons, and they'll chip it around here, leading currently by 17 points. Short kick finds a target out the half-back line.
They've had the answer all day, the Sharks. Montrose have not been able to put those back-to-back goals on. If they can do that in the next minute or so, then that might give them a big spurt.
So the sun has gone behind a cloud, speaking of fatigue before, because it has been very warm. It's 30 degrees for most of the afternoon.
That's another clutch mark there by Downey. He's taken 2 or 3 of these great contested marks in this game.
So he launches one. The next one's going to be the important one. Mark not taken. Bull spills away. Bouncing awkwardly, Price Ingles gets a handball off. There's the shot for goal, and umpire having a good look. I think it's gone through. It has. Now, just looking to pick up the goal kicker there. It might have been. Let's have a look and see. Boys on the boundary. Did you pick up the goal kicker?
I'm sure we'll get him in a sec.
Throw yourself under your own bus there, Bester.
It's a quick handball to you boys down there.
It was, yes. Come on, guys, help me out, will you?
I've got my eyes on him. He just needs to turn around.
All right, waiting.
It might be the guy that's just taken the drink bottle off.
Yeah, you're right, Brash. That's the bloke I'm looking at.
Well, once again, another answer from Park Orchards. They just are not giving Montrose an inch. Every time they give the Montrose get that inch, Park Orchards take the mile back.
And drink bottle guy is? Still don't know.
Well, we're back in the middle for now. Widoff got the tap down, and they're going to get the centre clearance. The Sharks, a kick in favour for the Demons. Eels got the handball cut off again. Wrapped up in the tackle. There's the Montrose defender as we get a ball up outside forward 50. Paul, you currently stats now?
Yeah, got some more scores, and Surrey Park lead over Ringwood. They're very accurate, Surrey Park. 13-3-81 to Ringwood 6-5-41, and Tempe lead 11-7-73 over Waverley Blues 6-6-42.
Here's Watson, who streams through the middle of the ground looking for Tanzamat. Bailey White front and centre, keeps it in front of him. Tight in the pocket, throws it on the boot. This will be a Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
It is.
What a finish. Bailey White and sparks the Montrose faithful. 8-10-58 to 11-9-75. And that margin back to 17 points, Brash.
Yeah, look, it's starting to turn out to be a very interesting little contest here. Both sides are clunking them from everywhere, as BWS would say. And look, it's going to be a shootout here. You almost feel like it's going to shoot out here.
Big and early curl from the Montrose 300 Club. Goal of the round, I reckon.
Well, it was very good, wasn't it? It was
decent. Yeah,
the clubhouse leader kept it in under a lot of pressure.
Boundary.
Jared Bender.
I've finally got the goal kicker from before to turn around. It was the late inclusion Panzer.
Number 31.
That's the one.
Thank you, Jared. Better late than never, but we got there in the end. So back in the... coming forward again for Montrose. So here's an opportunity for them to maybe try and force a turnover. They've just about got the hand. It might have been a high tackle. The umpire's paid it. So they're going to get another. So this could be the back-to-back goals they need. Something they haven't been able to do in this game as well recent times is get the 2 goals back-to-back. And it's Harry Whittle again who's going to go back and line up.
Yeah, look, as soon as the player is bending over and he's intentionally, you run into him with a shoulder or that and you hit him on around that head area, it's a neck region, it's a free kick.
So this is huge. If Whittle kicks this, what'll that make it? That'll bring it back to 11 points, would you believe it? And they're still in this game. Here's the kick from Whittle. How does it look? He's missed it. They really are just literally kicking themselves out of this game, Montrose. Another miss, and the margin is 16 points. It's 75-59 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're well into time on 24.5 gone, 13.
Ball currently around the grounds.
Yes, the Basin lead over Coldstream, over Slender lead 6-5-41 over Coldstream 5-7-37, and Ronnie South have hit the front against East Burwood 10-10-70 to East Burwood 10-4-64.
The Devils down the line, sending underneath this one was Jordan Eels, and it's 25-metre penalty, and he's going to go straight away. And he looks like he's got an option forward. It's Tanzamat, and he takes it on the chest, and he says...
Redemption.
He says,
Settle
I'll
down.
take this.
Settle down, boys.
Give him my 30 seconds. Trying to put this one through. And a very important kick here. As Besto said, they just have not been able to get back-to-back goals in this game.
Mark it down.
16 points.
He'd be less than a 50% chance, I reckon.
He'll be
Missed a couple of opportunities, but can he find his first of the afternoon from outside the arc? It's going to fall short, but the chance for a mark. There is a mark in the goal square. It should be a certain goal for Ty Galbraith.
Surely they can't miss this one.
Or, in fact, is that Bailey White? No, you're right. Good spot, Brash. So, I don't put the Moz on him, but he's directly out.
Well, he should be kicking from dead in front here.
Won't miss this one. Ty Galbraith puts it through. Back-to-back goals for the D's. And this game is on. Back to 10 points the margin.
Boundary.
9-11-65 Montrose. 11-9-75 Park Orchards. 26 minutes played, third term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Jared Beanland on the boundary.
I think BWS's mic cut out just there. What he actually said was they'll mark it down in the goal square.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
We got some more?
Yes, we got some more Divi 1 scores. Baronia lead over Bayswater 8-15-63 to 6-4-40. 1 point lead for North Ringwood over Mooroolbark 7-6-48 to Mooroolbark 7-5-47, and South Belgrave lead over Norwood 13-11-89 to Norwood 4-6-30.
So 27 gone in this third term as we get another stoppage out of the middle. So the margin is now 10 points. So I tell you what, if Montrose could get one before three-quarter time, we'll be in for an absolutely stonking last quarter as the ball is bouncing around. Heap got his hands on it, but he's been wrapped up and he has been put in a heap. In fact, it was Park Orchards player who took possession.
How much better has this quarter been? 10 goals in this quarter. There was 2 in the second quarter.
Yes, indeed. Game's come to life. There's the tap. on the ground again. One nicely out of the Metzler planche again. Good work by him. They spear it inside 50. Now, can they get a mark? Almost. That could have been a push. The umpire said no play on. Galbraith goes in there again. He gets his hands on it on the ground. Bouncing around over there. And it's going to be worked out of there nicely by Spiteri. And Spiteri finds a target. And for the moment, the danger is gone.
I think the hardest thing is trying to maintain the rage and the intensity on the ball carrier for the full 100 minutes. It's really hard, and you can understand why both defences have sort of had to have backed off a little bit, because they just can't afford to keep running at that pace all afternoon. Otherwise, they'll just run out of petrol tickets.
Braden LaPlanche is going to take this kick after out of bounds on the full kick from Park Orchards. Got off the heap, and then he gave it back to him. Long kick in towards the Galbraith direction. Couldn't quite bring it down. The handball forward. Here's Whittle. Almost putting himself in a position that he might get a free kick.
I know LaPlanche probably hasn't put it on the scoreboard, but his contribution early and pressure in this quarter has basically given Montrose a little bit of hope.
Just kept him in it. It's a free kick here going to Montrose.
Throw.
Ty Galbraith again. They're holding the ball. Free kick.
And this is what happens when you're first in at the contest. Crude tackles, and you're on the ground. Crude tackles often pay big dividends. And once again, Park Orchards got caught out with a crude tackle in a forward 50 situation. The third time they've been caught out this quarter.
This for 3 consecutive goals for the Demons. Ty Galbraith, who've already got 2 on the board, looking for goal number 3. And to bring the margin back to just 4 points. Galbraith from 45 metres out. He's kicked it. Goal number 3. Demons are back in this contest. 10-11-71. Park Orchards 10-15-75. 11-9-75 should I say. 29.5 minutes gone third quarter. Great response from Montrose.
Yep, they've responded exceptionally well in this quarter. You know, when you consider that Park Orchards probably dominated the opening 5 to 7 minutes of this quarter, and they kicked a couple of goals, you thought that they could run away with this game, but they've really steeled themselves here, Montrose, and they're right back in this contest.
So back in the middle, it's game on now as the ball is won nicely out of the middle there by Park Orchards, but we'll have a secondary stoppage.
Time for Blake Tennant to go and double park himself with a couple of whiskey sours, getting ready for this final turn.
Yes, he'll be coming to light about now as the umpire gets to throw it up again. Up they fly. Won by the planche out of the ruck. Now they come forward again, Montrose. They can hit the front if they can get the next one. Almost unheard of the cries for the free kick. There's a snap at goal, but it's been smothered. Opportunity on the grounds. And they're probably quite happy with the stoppage here as long as the siren doesn't go as the ball comes out. Snap at goal! Oh, I just missed. It was Bailey White who put it onto the boot. He knows where the goals are. He's got 99. In fact, he's got 100 career goals after his one today. But he couldn't find the big target on that occasion, so it's a 3-point game, 75-72. And we've had 30 minutes in this third term.
Around the grounds, Paul Euconi.
Got some more Divi 3 scores. Knox lead over Sylvan 13-11-89 to 6-5-41. Donvale lead over Oakley District 18-8, 116-69-45. Scoresby lead over Fair Park 18-14, 122 to 6-4-40, and Ferntree Gully lead
Big
over
mark here
Upper
by
Gully.
Daniel Fritz. Sorry to cut you off because they're going inside 50 once again. Ball hits the deck. Here's Harvey Chin, tries to break through. Ty Galbraith again for goal number 4. He misses to the left, but they are
they're
red hot at the moment. 10-13-73 Montrose, 11-9-75 Park Orchards. 31.5 minutes gone. Paul Euconi to finish that last score off.
Yes, Ferntree Gully lead over Upper Gully by 58 points, 13-9-87 to 4-5-29.
I'm not tipping them again.
Blacklisted.
Yeah.
They're well into time on, and the margin is 2 points. This will need to be a short kick. They won't want to concede this one. Montrose probably a bit stiff not to be in front. They've had a couple of chances in the last 2 minutes, but you've got to take your chances. Can't blame anyone else, I guess, as the kick goes down the wing. Bouncing around, they're going to get it back, but they've turned it over. And this will be disaster. Floating it forward, and there's the kick forward by Jeffs. Long kicking forward. Is this downfield? I heard a whistle, but it's going to be a goal. And that's disaster for Park Orchard, for Montrose.
There's a bit of brawl going on.
Lewis Downey, as he's kicked the goal, but there's a bit of an all-in just in front of us here. I'm not sure what happened if there was a...
So Liam Webb, as he thumped that ball inside forward 50, got heavily met on disposal. And what a sensational kick it was as well, to be able to do that, to ride that bump, to kick it 50 metres and open up the goal there for who was it, for Downey. Sensational play, team lifting stuff.
Better watch out. The umpire will have the card out.
Fair bit going on right before the three-quarter time siren. This is about to break out to the Park Orchards coaching box.
The thing was, the umpire called that downfield, but I think that tackle, the timing on that was fine.
Yeah,
to me, it was right as he got rid of it.
Yeah, it was a hard knock. I'd say it was a high knock.
Yeah, it could have just been that.
Yeah, I think it was just due to the velocity. Correct. Yeah.
I wonder if the
he's coming off the ground now as well.
I'm actually wondering whether the umpires are going to play another kick here as well.
Something's going to happen. Dean O'Neill's called.
The cards coming out.
Yep, and that's Jordan Eels who's coming up with a yellow card.
That's an interesting one, I thought.
Was he the tackler, or that was a remonstration from the...
I'm not sure about that.
Well, in the context of the game, it is an important one for Park Orchards because they have been under the pump for the last 15 minutes. And for Montrose, it does, as Brett said, that is a coach killer because they dominated.
And believe it or not, they've probably bought themselves another minute and a half here, Park Orchards.
Yeah, well, it's almost been 34 minutes in this quarter, but it'll go a little bit longer. Joe Benland, Andrew?
I also wanted to rewind a little bit back in that contest. It was Sam Heron who sharked the handball. He was red hot on that one handball. He was the one that came streaming through the pack and got that play started.
Well, let's see what happens here before the three-quarter time siren. Can't be much longer left in this term. And after getting back in this game and almost taking the lead, Montrose would hate to see another Park Orchards goal right before the siren. They won't get one. But what an entertaining third quarter. 12 goals kicked between the two sides. And Park Orchards, who at one stage looked like they were going to run away with this one, they've got a game on their hands, 12-9-81, leading Montrose 10-13-73 at three-quarter time. Brett Beston, the goal kickers for both sides before we go to a break.
So Project's got 3 for Park Orchards, a couple to Webb, 3 to Downey, and singles to Keppel, a couple to Panzer, and also one to Siampa. And for the Montrose side, they have a single goal kicker in Bailey White, a couple to Staples, 3 to Galbraith. Braden LaPlante has kicked 1, Schwab has got 2, and Whittle has got 1. So what a game we're in for. It is 81-73. It's all on the line going into the last quarter out here at Montrose, and we'll come back and wrap it all up with the final quarter and some pre-game or post-game after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, Montrose versus Park Orchards. And after an entertaining third term, it is the Sharks who lead, but just by 8 points, 12-9-81 to Montrose 10-13-73. I believe we'll be hearing from Paris Harvey, the Park Orchards senior coach, in just a moment. But before we do, let's go to the score centre with Paul Uconi. He's got some scores around the grounds.
Yes, in Premier Division, Berwick hanging around against Donny East. Donny East lead 12-6-78 to 11-5-71. And Rowville have blown the contest open against Noble Park 10-15-75 to 5-8-38. In Division 1, Bayswater lead over Baronia lead over Bayswater 8-15-63 to 8-4-52. Bayswater coming back into that one. They are. North Ringwood lead over Moorbark 10-6-66 to 9-5-59, and South Belgrave doing it comfortably over Norwood 13-11-89 to 5-6-36. In Division 2, Wani South lead over East Burwood 12-11-83 to 11-6-72, and Heathmont have blown it out against Croydon.
Yeah, they've just gone whooshka, haven't they?
They have 10-12-72 to Croydon 3-5-23.
Oh, man.
Mulgrave doing it comfortably over Lilydale 19-10-124 to 11-10-76. Surrey Park 15-4-94 to Ringwood 7-5-47, and Templestowe 13-10-88 over Waverley Blues 7-7.
I reckon a lot of those games in Div 2 are just about done and dusted, really.
Yep. In Division 3, Coldstream only lead by a point against the Basin, 7-8-50 to 7-7-49. Knox doing it comfortably over Sylvan, 13-11-89 to Sylvan, 6-5-41. Donvale lead over Oakley District, 18-9, 117 to 7-10-52. Scoresby doing it comfortably over Fair Park, 18-15, 123 to 6-7-43. And Ferntree Gully lead over Upper Gully, 15-9, 89 to 4-5-29. And in Division number 4, Churnside Park lead 16-11, 107 over Bulleen Templestowe, 11-8-74. And what about this for accuracy in front of goal? Whitehorse 14-1, 85 to Warrandyte, 9-13-67.
And we haven't heard anything from Emlock and Kilsyth all day.
No, the only game we haven't heard from yet, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Always happens when those two play. Nothing happens.
Ben Warren Smith down the boundary has Paris Harvey with him in just a moment, as Paris just working out a couple of things on the field.
Yeah, just standing down here, was at the Park Orchards huddle at three-quarter time. Senior coach Paris Harvey. It's a tight contest, mate. What's the message to the boys to get over the line?
Oh, it's going to take everything we can, and it's a great game. It's been a fantastic game. You know, they've missed some shots on goal in that quarter. We missed some shots on goal before half-time, but what a contest.
It's fantastic. And that second quarter, you played magnificently up the hill. You spread it wide. You were kicking short. That's the same sort of thing you want to do in this term?
Yes, mate. Yeah, we've just got to try and control the game as best we can, and obviously they're going to try and get on a run, and we've just got to contain that. So see how we go.
Good luck, Sharks.
Thanks there to Ben Warren Smith with Paris Harvey.
Here we go.
8 points in it. Brett Beston take us underway for the final term of the Eastland Match of the Round.
So what's going to happen, we'll know in about half an hour as the ball is in the middle. Montrose have got an early clearance, so here's a chance for an immediate inside 50. Can they get a mark? Not at the moment. On the ground there, chasing after it. Over there trying to dive, and it was Galbraith, but it eluded him. And then coming in and making a good tackle over the top was Heap. Still there, that might be a high tackle. No, the umpire sees play on. In fact, we'll have a ball up. So an early opportunity, though, for Montrose as they go inside 50 once again. They Only trail by 8 points. If they can get the first one. Up they go. Here's the head out. Almost won there by Staples. Now the ball has come outside the 50. And whistle's going to be a free kick, and it's going to Montrose, so they'll be straight back in again in the hands of Galbraith. It's a little short kick to around about the hot spot. It went over the heads of everybody, and the chance is gone because it's been marked, and Park Orchards will bring it in.
The big ruckman there. He's played well, I reckon, Wheelsoff.
He's had a good game, but that's a poor kick. It's turned over. And Braden LePlanche, who knows he can kick it from here, knows he's got the distance.
Just got to be straight.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a massive game. I think he's arguably been their best player this afternoon.
Yeah, look, I agree. He's really lifted the ante in the second half. He's led from the front. He probably hasn't got the goals to reward him, but I tell you what, he's brought nearly everyone else into the contest.
Well, he's got a long run up. He's gone right to the centre square.
It's
he comes in.
Browniesque.
So online, it might just fade to the left, so it's a minor score.
Boundary.
10-14, 74 to 12-9, 81. Jared Benland, who was down at the Montrose huddle, three-quarter time.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Gary Ayres was very happy with the performance in the third quarter. He was happy with the pressure that they continue to put on. That he wants more of that. He also wants more composure and for a lot more of the man running past for the handball as well.
So Spiteri's kick has been dropped over there on the far side, and we'll have a stoppage. So
score around the ground.
Basie have brought it back to 4 points. 8-15, 63 to 9-5-59 in favour of Baronia.
So 7 points the margin. Montrose, if they don't win this game, we can talk about them being their own worst enemy because they've missed a number of opportunities today and quite gettable as well.
Actually, it's been a
common theme.
It's basically been a little bit of a game of two halves, because now Montrose have become the hunted and putting more pressure on the Park Orchards players and not getting clean possession, whereas it was reversed in the first half.
So Diedrich gets to the front spot, knocks it down to Heap. Heap goes inside 50. Can they get a mark? It's a one-on-one over there. Goes over the top. It's probably going to run out of bounds, and it is. And I wish this fly would go away. It's been annoying me the whole of the second half. It's driving me nuts.
You waved your hands before. I thought you were just disappointed with the play earlier.
It's like it's lurking around me. I won't leave. And yes, I did have a shower this morning.
Boundary throw, and Staples gets the hit out. Zach Gelthbraith who's able to pick this one up, wrapped up into tackle right away. Or Bailey White, should I say. But right where Montrose want it. We'll go to the score center in just a moment as we get a ball up inside 50 for the Demons. Here's LePlanche, and here's a goal. Demons strike first in the last quarter. 11-14, 80. Trailing Park Orchards, 12-9, 81. And that man again, Braden LePlanche, has been outstanding, Brash. We'll go to the score centre around the grounds, Paul Yukoni.
Yes, entertaining contest at Wani South. East, Burwood are back in front. They lead 13-6, 84 to 12-11, 83.
Yeah, LePlanche, exceptional pick up there, and once again, he's thoroughly deserved the accolades that are coming to him, especially in this second half, because he's gone into the midfield. He's brought his teammates into the contest, and now he's starting to influence the contest with his run and gun.
You could probably point to the fact that probably Montrose might have the best 2 or 3 players on the ground. You know, the defenders and Lord and Tennant, now the ball is in the middle. Comes out there, so Park Orchards to go forward again. LePlanche, that's what I was going to say. There's the kick forward inside 50. Mark goes to nobody. Ball spilled away. It's bouncing around over there. There is LePlanche going, and they're trying to get it. It's Lord, in fact. And they'll get it out for the moment, but it's going to be marked over there. Good quick switch, and they're away here, Montrose. There's the kick forward, but there's a defender back. Does well, gets the ball to the ground. Was that a high tackle? The umpire sees no play on. It was Whittle again.
On the ball.
No, he didn't take the first option there, Whittle. He was penalised accordingly.
So it's going to be a free kick going the way of Henry and Meir.
So he's got a teammate in front of him, Mason Blakey, right in front of the Park Orchards coaches.
Needs to be careful here, Blakey, with this next disposal.
Need a bit of composure. Montrose on top at the moment. Got all the run. That's a great kick. And a great mark there by Kane Keppel, who looks to play on straight away. Inside 50, the Sharks go. Who can grab this one? Almost taken. Out the back there. Again is Lewis Downey, who'll run into an open goal and kick another one. It's goal number 4 for Downey. And Park Orchards get the response. 13-9, 87 to 11-14, 80.
If there was a player for Park Orchards that's probably played 4 quarters or 3 and a bit quarters, Lunas Downey.
Let's go
BWS?
down.
We've just seeing Jacob Farrell just get a little knock to the left knee, so he's hobbling off the ground at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Two of the players that were really prominent, Webb and Jeffs, have gone out of the contest in this second half a little bit, and that's allowed Montrose to break even in the midfield.
I think there's been the big difference. Look, just starting to get a little bit on top in the centre clearances.
Still, they can't afford to be given goals like that, Downey running into an open goal like that.
Absolutely not. So back to a 7-point game. We've had 6 minutes in the last quarter. Umpire sends it up. It's one out of the middle brilliantly. And the kick forward there off the boot of Whittiff. It's inside 50. Montrose just hack it out, and they get a bit lucky in the end because the mark is taken by Lord. Now Lord switches the play right across the other side of the ground. He's overcooked it a little bit, but it sits up nicely over there for Tennant. It's Joel Tennant. Dangerous kick, but Heap makes it look a lot better than it was. Heap goes forward now. Now here's the mark, possibly. It's going to bounce around, and this is going to be a goal, is it?
It's a free kick.
It's going to be a free kick. So I think the umpire was going to wave play on, but it is a free kick.
Now White wanted to take the advantage,
no, but I reckon
couldn't pick it up.
No, and I reckon he did the right thing by not picking it up.
Yeah, well,
because the umpire would have called play on advantage.
He didn't get the clean bounce at first, and then sort of backed off.
So free kick to Park Orchard. So the moment is gone for the moment. In fact, free kick to Montrose. Sorry. So we're just waiting for the ball to come back. LaPlanchard as he has it.
Tell you what, he's certainly putting his name up for BOG on the ground here.
If he kicks this, I think we can almost write it down, can't we? So here he comes. That's to put Montrose in, or not quite in front, but within 1 point. There's the kick, he's got it. So LaPlanche puts it through, and once again we're back to a 1 point game. This is turning into a cracker out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. It's 87-86, and we've had 7.5 minutes gone in the last term.
There's 3 goals today, LaPlanche. And has been one of those players, Brash, as you mentioned, early in the third quarter when the game was on the line, Park Orchards was in control. He was one of those players who stood up and just gave him a bit of a spark.
Just gave him something.
What a game have we got here. 87 plays 86. Park Orchards 1 point lead. 8 minutes going in the fourth term. Paul, you currently around the grounds?
Massive upset continues to brew at Coldstream. The Basin have got it out to 11 points. They lead 10-7-67. To Coldstream 8-8-56.
How about the scenes at the Bear Cave tonight if they get up and break their streak? Here's Watson, got the handball off to Schwab. Schwab towards the top of the square. There he is again, LaPlanche. Oh, he'll just ship it through for another one. Montrose in front. 13-14-92. Now lead Park Orchards 13-9-87. First time the Dees have hit the lead in a long time. Potentially the first time.
Once again,
they kicked the first 2 points of the game, and then since then they haven't held the lead.
Wow.
Sorry, Brush.
No, that's okay.
Technicalities.
So Schwab finishes with his third.
Now, all of a sudden, the assets back on Park Orchards here. They're going to. I know they've had a couple of goals that went their way, but now Montrose are asking all the questions of them.
They'll be tough to stop from here, particularly with a home crowd behind them as the ball is wrapped up in the middle of the ground. And the momentum seems to have just switched as well. It's like Park Orchards have almost run out of gas. Up it goes. Up they fly. Knocked down. Park Orchards take it in the contest in the hands there of Liam Jeffs. But the umpire says we'll have a secondary ball up. So, would you believe it? 5 point lead for Montrose. Up it goes again. Taken there by Heap. They won't mind this, Montrose, just a few stoppages.
And in terms of the season, Montrose, if they win this game, they bank their 2 home games early on. And for Park Orchards, as we said in pre-match, they're going to find 2 wins.
Losses, yeah, absolutely. So one out of the middle again, and we'll have another stoppage.
And admittedly, South, but it's ironic that Park Orchards have played 2 away games as compared to Montrose's 2 home games.
I'm not doing very well with all these stoppages, Ryan.
That's because you've got too many flies.
You're right, you're still swatting away as Park Orchards looking to get something, but the Dees are hunting at the moment. They see that over the line as they go down to the boundary. Jared Beanland.
Yeah, it's like Montrose have found the pressure that Park Orchards had thrown at them in the first half of the game. Park Orchards, if they're going to win, they really need to start ramping up the pressure like the Dees have this quarter.
They've got the crowd behind them today. Taj Heap going at it with Neil Widoff.
You can almost see Blake Tennant doing the big dance in the sports bar.
I think he's actually fallen asleep. We haven't got a message from him. Fallen asleep in some bar at Miami at the moment. He'll be spewing. He's not here as his D's have hit the lead out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. 92 plays 87, 10.5 minutes gone, final term.
Well, we got there, Paul.
Premier Div, Donny East lead by 14 points over Berwick, 13-7-85
Game
to
over.
11-5-71.
Not going to hear the end of it now.
Oh, dear. So back in the that's a high tackle. It's going to be a free kick to Park Orchards. So
what's the umpire done? No, he's called a ball up.
He's called a ball up. He must have already blown the whistle.
Yeah, wrong angle. You just didn't see it.
Yeah, so up it comes again. It's Montrose who win the head out again. Heat goes after it. Can't quite get there though, and it's gathered in by Bailey White. He's wrapped up just in front of the bench.
Sorry, Best. I'll just finish off those Premier
Go for
scores.
it, Paulie. No worries.
Rowville, they're home against Noble Park, 11-17-83 to Noble Park, 5-8-38. And the game between East Ringwood and South Croydon has just started. East Ringwood lead 1-0.
So here's the kick forward to centre of the ground, bouncing around over there. Park Orchards, the whistle's gone, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Montrose. So things starting to go the way of the Troes, as Blake Tennant calls them.
Yeah, I think the Park Orchards captain needs to start imposing himself on the contest. He's had really very little influence on this game.
Hands passed it off to Jenkins, running past, inside 50, bouncing ball. Might favour Montrose. Big collision. Getting through there was LaPlanche, got the handball forward. Chance there for Magnano to try and recover the footy for Park Orchards. And there's plenty of excitement down at ground level from the Montrose players. They are up and about. Leading by 5 points here, 12.5 minutes gone, final term.
Basie have got it back to a point.
Joel Galvin's 300th out there at Bayswater Oval. Quite a few great games in Division 1 this week, Brash.
Yeah, there has, and Brown, you've kicked 8-18.
Liam Jeffs has come off for Park Orchards, looking very proppy at the moment.
One of those players who was really important early, Brash.
That was umpire to throw it up again. Up they fly. Ball falls to Galbraith, gets his hand pass away. Chin to goal. Harvey Chin. So just when you think that things are not going to going from bad to worse for Park Orchards, and Chin puts it through, and this is starting to not exactly blow out, but it's becoming more and more difficult with every goal that's kicked. And Harvey Chin coming across from Baronia has put his first throw of the day. It's not a huge day, but crops up at the right time, and the margin is out to 11 points, 98-87. And we've had 13 gone in this last term.
First goal in Demons colours as well for Chinny.
Now the questions are right. The acid is right on Park Orchards here. They are under the pump. How are they going to respond? Or will Montrose seize the initiative and put this game to bed within the next 5 minutes?
I think it's just about over.
Not to take anything away from Montrose, but statistically is downhill the better end at this ground.
Well, let's see centre clearance here. It's going to be Montrose again. Here's Heap, bouncing footy towards half forward line. LaPlanche was the guy they were looking for. Get a ball up inside 50 for the Demons again. As we said, 11-point lead.
This is
Park Orchards got left.
This is a real important stoppage here for Park Orchards.
How much are they in front by, Brash? Almost 5 goals.
Yeah, 28 points, I think it was.
Earlier in the third term. They've got to make a response here. Spiteri just kicks it up in the air. He might be able to mark his own footy. It's not going to be 15 no matter who gets it. He is able to get his own footy. He's stolen by Chin. Kicked the last one. This one, no score. Or in fact, just sneaks through for a behind. Montrose 14-15, 99. Park Orchards 13-9, 87. Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
It looks like Jordan Eels has done his time in the sin bin. He's getting ready to come back in. And Jacob Farrell, we had concerns about him earlier as well. He's been walking around on the bench. He looks just about fine now, too.
Park Orchards have put the kick in, but it's a shocker. And which way is this going to go?
Watson.
It's going to Watson. So they just can't seem to... It's like they're panicking a little bit. That was a terrible kick, and Watson's going to go back. And I'll tell you what, if he kicks there, so I reckon we can pretty much call it. At the moment, it's a 12-point game. And he gives it off. There's the kick. It's not going to have the distance, but it's been marked back there. So for the moment, at least, Park Orchards survive, and they will bring it out of defence.
They've got one player down to Park Orchards because Gal Staines is out for the day.
So short kick goes into the middle of the ground, taken nicely there by number 4 in Whitnish. So So Whitnish goes down, straight down the guts of the grounds, bouncing around over there, trying to get hands on it, and batted forward. Diving on it over there, or attempting to his chin, and eventually they wrap it up over there. And on the bottom of that is Harry Whittle, and they'll have a ball up.
I think Park Orchards are going to throw caution to the wind. You've got to get Keppel and Prosnack into the midfield here.
So, Park Orchard's got a big tackle by Tajib right in front of the faithful. Centre wing here. We'll get a ball up. Montrose leading by 12 points. Must kick the next one, Park Orchards. Whittoff again in the ruck. He's able to clear it forward just. Behind the ball is Greg Lord. Big tackle applied. Did he get rid of it? No, he didn't. Hold the ball. Play on. They're off now through Whitnish. The bouncing footy inside 50 is going to go out of bounds, and we'll get a throw in the pocket.
Diedrich's
Park Orchards forward 50.
Diedrich topped a corky there, or his quads cramped.
Around the grounds, Paul Yukoni.
I think we've got a final score from Coldstream, and the Basin have got up. They have got up by 11 points.
First win in a long
10-7-67 to 8-8-56. Their first win after 19 losses in a row. Unbelievable.
Great stuff. Delightful day for the Bears as the ball is back in the contest. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So margin's still 12.
Boundary.
So if they can pinch one here, they'll be back in striking distance. Jared on the boundary.
Yeah, definitely a cookie for Diedrich. And on cue, Brash, you said it, Prosnack's going to every contest now.
So there he is, Prosnack, right on cue, but he ran past the footy this time, and it's been taken on the bottom of the pack by Jared Price-Inglis.
Coldstream have got some thinking to do tonight.
So umpire to throw it up again. Can they get some clear air here? Up they fly. Ball goes right over the back. It's not at goal. And it's missed, so it's gone through for a point. So that takes the draw out of play. 17 minutes gone. The margin is 11 points, so still plenty of time.
Yeah, still a lot of time. Paul, you can around the grounds.
Scoresby have raised the bat against Fair Park. They lead by 110 points, 23-16, 154 to 6-8-44.
Oh, big fly by the Planche. Couldn't quite bring it down. Bailey White didn't get rid of it. Get it. Ball up. Centre wing here. It's an 11-point margin to Montrose. If you've just joined us, it was a 28-point lead to Park Orchards early stage of the third quarter. What a comeback from the Demons, but it's not over yet. Big tackle applied by White. Ball comes out. Spiteri, but they don't argue. Just got it away in time. The pressure from Montrose has been outstanding in this second half, Brett.
It certainly has. So a good strong tackle.
Great to see the ball on this side of the ground for once for the afternoon.
I knew you'd be enjoying that.
So it's getting a bit messy. You can just see everyone's just, the contest is just so willing at the moment. So there's not a lot of room to move. There's the kick, and it's been marked by Galbraith.
Keep it moving, Ty.
So Galbraith, he needs to go quickly. Rightly said, Brash, he kicks to the hot spot. Up they fly. There's defenders back there. Not too many Montrose players, but eventually they get there. Heap tries to dive on it for Montrose, and it's going to snap at goal, but its whistle's already gone, I think.
Throw.
Yeah, it was a throw, so it's a free kick going the way of Park Orchards. So a bit of a let off. So just waiting for the ball to come back. So
that moment of hesitation allowed Park Orchards to have a 1-on-3 with Staples then.
So the kick from Sam Heron out towards teammate there, and he finds him as well in Keppel. So we've had 19 minutes gone, so there is still plenty of time to go. But the clock is not their best friend, they being Park Orchards. Down the line, ball goes over the top, and it's going to go out of bounds.
At the moment, though, Brett, Montrose are playing like winners, and Park Orchards are really up against it here.
They are, and there's just a little bit of panic as they realise that the clock's against them, and they're trying to get themselves back in this game.
Got some final scores from Divi 2. Bonnie South have got up by a point over East Burwood. 13-14, 92 to East Burwood, 14-7, 91, and Heathmont with a 40-point win over Croydon, 11-12, 78 to 5-8, 38.
Again, some worries for Croydon.
It's going to be a long year for them, mate.
Potentially could be.
5 goals 8 today, 2 goals 12 last week. Where are they going to kick a winning score?
Here, both sides have had plenty of goals. A chance of Park Orchard steaming inside forward 50. Kane Keppel around this one. They get the handball forward. Snap on the right boot is Livingston. And there's your response from Park Orchards. Game not done yet. 14-10, 94 the Sharks. Montrose 14-15, 99. And they're back in this contest, Brett.
Actually, this has been one of the more entertaining games I've witnessed in a long while. I've really enjoyed the contest.
Can't remember the last time I called a decent game. Most of the ones I saw blowouts, but this has been a ripper.
Well, you've come all the way from Lara, so...
Yeah, I've come from the other side of the country, so...
Maybe Lady Luck was smiling upon you today, Brett.
I hope so.
Boundary.
We'll go down the boundary.
Yeah, scores from turnovers have just completely dried up for Park Orchard, so that's how they're going to have to kick their goals from now on. It seems just those scores from clearances and just forcing the ball forward.
So the umpire throws it up, smashed forward by Park Orchards, but it's been picked up nicely there by Tennant of the Joel variety. They go down the line, but it's not a good kick, and it's been marked comfortably back there by Mason Blakey. Blakey goes short, finds a target there as well, in the hands of Tyler Pruntney. Tyler looking around for someone to kick to. Now he finally goes down the line. A little bit in hope, though, because there's defenders back there as well. Might have been some front-on contact there, and plus his play on towards the boundary, and it's across the boundary.
What we got there, Paul?
Donny East look home against Berwick, 15-8-98 to 11-6-72. Rowville home against Noble Park, 14-18, 102 to 6-8-44. And in the game between East Ringwood and South Croydon, it's 2 points apiece.
So ball back in. Montrose won it. The kick is out of bounds on the full. So that'll be a free kick to Park Orchards. So 94 plays 99. There's 5 points in it. Less than a goal. And our clock says almost 22 minutes played.
Well, Park Orchards hold a 2-0 advantage over Montrose, and the average winning margin in Park Orchards' favour has been 14 points. So there's never ever been much in these two games.
Hands it up. It's taken.
That's Lewis Downey. That is Lewis
Downey again. He's had a fantastic day, and I'll tell you what, that is a huge mark. It was a good kick to the hot spot, but he still had heaps to do. There was plenty of defenders around him, and if he kicks this, Park Orchards will be in front by a point.
He's taken 6 really good contested marks this afternoon, Lewis Downey.
This will be his 5th of the day if he kicks this. That was a great grab, wasn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Nothing better than a good pack contested mark. And he's going to go back. This will put them in front.
That'll make the highlight reel, I reckon, for
Certainly
the year.
will. Yep. Use the kick just to put them in front by a point. Plenty of time to go from point blank range. Almost he's kicked it. He's put it through, has he? Yes, he has. So that is number 5. So a handful today for Lewis Downey, and Park Orchards lead by a point. What a game we've witnessed this afternoon.
Incredible.
It's 100-99, and we're 23 minutes gone.
You almost got to put him in the votes.
You
got
have
to put
to.
him in the votes.
5 goals for Lewis Downey, and the margin is 1 point in favour of the Sharks. 15-10, 100, 14-15, 99 Montrose. 23 minutes played. Paul, you currently in the score centre.
Final score from Divi 1, and Baroni have survived a scare from Bayswater. They get up by a kick. It's 10-18, 78 to 11-6, 72.
Sensational.
And the Oval picked the score. 78 to 72, mate.
Wow.
How can you believe that?
Anyone want to take the draw here?
Well,
Megan's already all over it.
1 point the margin.
2 draws in a day for her.
23 and a half minutes gone. 15-10, 100 to 14-15, 99. Park Orchards looking to get the clearance through Keppel. Forward it goes, and there's a mark taken, and there he is again.
No draw now if he kicks this.
Well, this is a big opportunity
Once again,
for Lewis Downey to kick Park Orchards 16th. He's 6th of the day.
and the thing is, Keppel and Prozenak have gone into the midfield like I've said, in the last 2 or 3 minutes, they've arrested control of the contest
should have done it earlier.
Well, you just have so much confidence in him at the moment that he's going to kick it. He's been absolutely everywhere up forward. He kicked the last one to put Park Orchards in front. This to extend the lead to 7 points, and for goal number 6. Park Orchards 16-10, 106. Montrose 14-15, 99. He drinks the can.
Yeah, Lewis, I wouldn't
and
be
it's a 7-point lead.
Wouldn't be drinking your own can there yet, just young Lewis. Still a bit of time left in this game.
At the 17-minute mark, they were down by 2 goals, and they've managed in the last 7 minutes to get the lead back up to pretty much probably game over, just over that goal. Amazing performance by Park Orchards against everything. The crowd's against them down here. Their backs against the wall. Their effort has been sensational.
It's been extraordinary. Everything looked to be going. The momentum was all with Montrose, but boy, they've shown some courage to come back from a nigh impossible position. And now
you were ready to call it.
Well, I was. It just
So was I.
It looked that way. I don't think I was the only one.
No, you weren't, Brett, right? Thought Montrose are playing like winners.
Up it goes. There's another one out of the stoppage
There's
from
Downey.
Park Orchards. The kick forward. They don't get the mark. It's going to be a goal. This might be it. That's it. Game over. I'm calling it now. That is a goal. It's Declan Woods who slams it through. And what a comeback this has been. And that is the game with 25 minutes played in the last quarter. Park Orchards have come from the clouds. And they're going to win this game this afternoon, barring an absolute calamity.
5 goals, 1 to 4 goals, 2 in this last quarter. It's been a massive second half from both sides on the scoreboard.
Oh, what a game it's been! It's
been a great game.
The amount of momentum swings.
31 goals we've had.
Yeah,
31.
fantastic.
And then all the misses that we've had as well. We could have had 40 or 50 goals.
Well, Montrose will be certainly disappointed because they looked on top. They looked probably a goal away from just about ending things.
You reckon Blake's gone to bed?
Yeah, well,
Boundary.
he did say it's about 2:47 a.m. over there in
to bed?
Miami. Boundary.
Yeah, Jack Diedrich has just come off again. He's looking really sore. With the amount of time left, I'd say it's game over for him.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's been in and out for quite a bit in the second half. Prosenak again, forward they go. There's Eels for the Demons, who came off with a yellow card in that third term. We've got Paul Yaconi with the score.
Yeah, got some final scores from Divi 4. Whitehorse have got over Warrandyte 16-298 to 12-14-86. And down at Croydon North, Emlock.
Oh no.
The surprise result.
They have 13-11-89
Bruce.
to Kilsyth 9-15-69.
Wow. There's been, 3 quite big upsets today.
What happened to the Churnside Bulleen score? It just disappeared, Paul.
Looks like Churnside Park have got up there as well by 45 points, 2013, 133 to 13-10, 88 Bulleen Templestowe.
Still can't get 3.
So there's a little short kick forward, up in the air. Front on contact, was it? What does the umpire say? Yes, he's given the free kick. Montrose need to go, and they need to go quickly. Bailey White's on the outside, gets his handball off there to a teammate. They slam it down the line. Up they fly. Mark not taken. Kyle Staples in the vicinity. Can't quite get it. Ball on the ground. Staples, it might be again in there, I think. Now it has come out. Just all got really untidy, and Park Orchards won't mind this because they just need to basically kill as much of the remaining time as they can.
I believe Scoresby have absolutely eviscerated Fair Park this afternoon. Paul?
Yes.
Eviscerated. Word of the day, toilet paper?
Is that a word? It is now.
Scoresby lead by 118 points over Fair Park, 24-18, 162 to 6-8-44.
So Joel Tennant with the footy. He needs to just go, and he needs to go quickly. There's the kick in the middle of the ground, cut off beautifully over there though. It's Kyron Hickey, and they can just slow it down. Bit of cramp starting to creep in. First game of the season second game of the season for these guys, and of course there's been pretty hot out there, so not.
Can't do that.
He got slammed from beyond. That's downfield, surely. That's bounceful. Park Orchards against Pateri, gets one over the top. Pateri's been very good today. The ball goes out of bounds. And there's another cramp.
I've got to say, kudos to both sides for running this game out, but kudos to Park Orchards.
Backs against the wall.
Declan Woods coming off after that heavy contest there. What
It's
a courage.
an unbelievable performance here by Park Orchards on the fitness side of things.
Absolutely.
All the momentum against him.
Yeah, I started to chuckle before about the cramp. There's nothing funny about cramp. It's one of the worst experiences you can go through.
So the Demons running out of time now. Almost a big fly and a mark from Widoff. They go forward again. Montrose, all the numbers. Tanzamat picks it up. Have they got anything left? There's 29 minutes gone. They're not going to have enough time. Harvey Chin. And a free kick going towards the Demons right in front of us.
That's all right. I don't think
there's a bit of a wrestle. There's plenty of feeling in this one. Tanzamat just torps it towards half forward. Park Orchard's got about 4 players in front. Still, it ends up in Watson's hand. Got it to Taj Heap. There's Lupantry, who's been absolutely massive. Back to Heap. Towards the centre of the ground. Smith almost taking the mark. His hands from outside 50. The kick was smothered. A chance of Bailey White to pick it up. It's socket off the ground from Park Orchards. And they'll sock it towards the far side. They're happy to see this out.
Deliberate.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be
absolutely deliberate, but
what's
we'll
that?
Get a boundary throw in.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it would be in the AFL, that's for sure. Everything's deliberate. So
It just doesn't make sense because it's a rule it's Australian rules football rule.
Exactly. There's a bit more leniency at local level.
Everyone knows the AFL run to the beat of their own drum. They don't give it
and it
tinker's
goes.
cuss about locals.
So what's the umpire paid here? Free
No
kick,
awards
is
for
it?
us this year.
So free kick going the way of Montrose. They've got to go quickly. They haven't got a lot of time to go, and they need a few goals. Inside 50, almost a front-on contact. But
See, that's gutsy. That is a gutsy. Well done there by Keppel. He put his body on the line there.
He's done some couple of good things, Keppel. He hasn't had a huge day, but when he's been called upon, he's done everything that he's been required to do.
His last 10 minutes in this game has been huge for the captain.
Yeah, he's a Prosnack. So it's Park Orchards who take possession of the footy, and I'll be quite happy just to take the tackle there. It's Prunty with the footy. We've had 30 minutes. We've had a few goals in this last term, though, so it could be quite a long one. Come on, Bruce, tell us you're the expert on the time.
About 33, I reckon, Brett.
Up they go. Here's the over on the far side. Falls into the hands there of Keppel again. Gets a handball off. Boy, everyone stopped. They thought the whistle had gone, but it wasn't. Spread right across the far side of the ground. Awkward bounce over there for Prunty. Now there's a kick forward, and it's gone straight to Taj Heap, who dropped it. Should have done better there. There's the ball off to number 34 and Hams. Hams gets his kick smothered as well.
That's twice there. Hams has had his...
And there's a snap at goal, and this might go through. It has. So they get one. Who was that, boys? I didn't see that at all.
That looks like Whittle.
Okay, we'll give it to Whittle. So Harry Whittle, if it is his goal, it'll be the second one he's kicked today. So what does that make it? 112 to 105. So there's still more than a kick behind. So it should still be safe for Park Orchards, but stranger things have happened.
Clearance behind.
Clearance.
Turnover from the kick out.
Goal.
Simple as that.
You're right, the script. You've got it all written.
Well, after what's happened today, you never know. It's been a very entertaining game. As we said, it's been 32 goals kicked between the two sides. Great to see at local footy level. But they've got to be quick here. Hams puts on the right boot forward. Park Orchards have plenty of numbers around this footy, and they'll clear it out. What a win for the Sharks. Backs against the wall. They had to come from behind in the final quarter when Montrose had all the momentum, and this is a massive win. 17-10, 112 to 15-15, 105. A great contest between two great sides, Wayne Brasher. It's been a thoroughly entertaining afternoon.
Yeah, look, I couldn't have scripted the second half. First half was a bit scratchy from both sides with the intensity on the ball carrier, but once the second half opened, both sides opened up, and it turned into a ripping contest in the second half. Both sides can really hold their head high, but Park Orchards, they certainly know from adversity. I think the winning move was both Prosnack and the two captains going into the midfield in the last 7 or 8 minutes. It just swayed the game, I thought, for Park Orchards.
Yeah, and Brett, you did speak about it. They did look almost done. Momentum was all with Montrose. They looked well and truly on top. Yeah. And it was just...
I was with Brett. I thought that they were playing like winners.
Well, they just had it. It was all going for them, and they just had their tails up. And Park Orchards, you sort of looked like they were, they couldn't find a way through, and then suddenly it just all went the other way.
There's a lot of highlights from this game too for to edit this one as the boys on the boundary. We've got a couple of plays down there. Jared and Ben, take us away.
Got the captain of Park Orchards here, Michael Prosnack, mate. That must have been an absolutely tiring affair.
Yeah, hot weather. Yeah. You can't train for this. No matter how much you do in the pre-season, it just doesn't replicate what we do game day. But, it's a bit cliche, but credit to our legs. I thought we ran it out really well. Helps when you've got a goal like this. It doesn't miss in front of the sticks late. But awesome fight from the boys to go down early in the fourth, and obviously pleased with the result after last week.
Here with Lewis Downey, made 6 goals today in a big mark, in a big moment, a clutch moment of the game. Sensational effort by yourself, but what a great comeback and just to really hold strong by the boys.
Yeah, thanks, mate. We well fought in the last quarter, mate. They had us there, and to put what we put together in the last quarter there was unreal, man. And credit to the boys for even getting it to me, and I was just lucky to get on the end of them.
And what switched in that final quarter that, you just started getting the momentum, the clearances just started working for you?
Yeah, well, I think we've got to give some credit to the coaches in the box. They swung a few magnets, and we saw what Kane Keppel did in the last 5 or 6 minutes. We made a real effort in our chat at three-quarter time about creating space inside the forward 50. We trust our midfielders to get their hand on the ball. We knew the game was going to ebb and flow, and we just had to take our opportunities when they came our way. And like I said, we got a few snaps forward, and he made good space. And like I said, a bit to the midfielders, a bit to Kep, a bit to the coaches, but good all-round effort.
Nice.
Anything happening up at the club tonight?
Oh, mate, I'm sure there'll be a few beers, hopefully, maybe now. But, mate, I'm just wrapped and I've made the move to this club and I absolutely love every single one of them. This is my home. I love every single one of these boys. And mate, I cannot stress enough, this is a beautiful club and I'm so wrapped to be a part of it.
Go and enjoy it, boys. Congratulations.
How good's that? That sums it up really well.
It's a bit like a Jake Sticker moment last week.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was.
Yeah.
Real touching and a bit of an embrace there from the two boys as they make their way to the rest of the guys. One of the best wins we've seen. Montrose were very gallant. Montrose will obviously be disappointed.
They can hang their head high.
Yeah, absolutely.
They didn't.
Absolutely.
They just ran out of petrol tickets and they just couldn't. They couldn't. When they surged again, Park Orchards, there was nothing left in them to respond with, was there?
Oh, look, that heat earlier in the game, I think, as Prosnak said, it was it really took it out of them. So it probably played a bit of a factor in the end.
I know we've only got limited time left, but I think for mine, I think Danny deserves to be probably the
best on
for the day.
The Eastland best on ground.
What do you reckon?
Downey, absolutely. Without doubt.
I agree. And then probably Bailey White for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. He's one in the pocket. We're about to wrap things up here. We probably won't get time for the song, unfortunately, and that's usually thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives. But we're going to wrap things up here in just a moment as Park Orchards head into the rooms.
Quick start singing, boys.
Depending how quickly they are able to organise that. But a fantastic result. 17-10, 112 Park Orchards defeating Montrose 15-15, 105. A great win away from home in round two. A classic game. The boys on the boundary did a fantastic job. Ben Warren-Smith and Jared Beanland. Paul Uconi in the around the ground score centre. Thank you again for your work. Thank you, guys. Wayne Brasher hosting pre-game, special comments. Another great effort from you.
Oh, look, what a great day to start my season off.
Yes.
I could not ask for anything better than how everything went today, and I'm looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow.
And we might just get the song as we're going to close in. Brett Vesson, thank you for coming in from all the way from Wales.
No problem.
Mighty Fury with the mighty shots. In anywhere you will see us with a grin. Hey, risky dancing. Hey, with a bomb, we'll never bomb. We'll fight a winner with a mighty shots. Never win it to the final, sorry, it's gone. With the mighty shots. The red, white, and black go with the mighty. Red, white, and black go with the mighty shots.
Congratulations to Park Orchards. The song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, Celebrating Lives. And it is a 7-point win for the Sharks. Yes, again, thank you, Brett, for making the way down, and glad that we got a good game for you.
It was a cracking game, and great to be here, and I look forward to being back at some stage in the not too distant future.
Absolutely. A big thanks to Megan Green behind the cameras, Lee Green behind the audio system today, Kate Green with the women's, along with Josh Ward and Chris Curtis. And thank you all for tuning in to the Eastland. Match of the round will be back tomorrow afternoon for Mitcham versus Vermont.